and just let me
And
know.
let me get the webcast going. And we are good there, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to everyone. The hearing board is now in session of the South Coast Air Quality Management District. Today is Saturday, March 13th, 2021. The time is 9:00 a.m. and we are meeting remotely via Zoom due to the current pandemic and the stay-at-home orders in place in the state of California. We have one matter on the calendar for today, and that is AQMD versus Chiquita Canyon Landfill, LLC, and Chiquita Canyon, Inc., case number 6177-1, for a status hearing that was already arranged as part of our existing stipulated order and proposed modifications to the stipulated order for abatement. We have decided to hold this hearing on a Saturday and to provide notice to 5 affected zip codes so we could hear from the affected community. My name is Julie Prusak. I am the chair of the hearing board and its legal member. Just want to introduce the other board members for those who are watching in the public. Also present on the Zoom is Mr. Mohan Balagopalan. He's our engineer member and vice chair. Dr. Alan Bernstein, who is our medical member, former state senator, the Honorable Nate Holden, and Ms. Cynthia Verdugo Peralta, both of whom are our 2 public members of the hearing board. Going to ask who is representing the executive officer this morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Catherine Roberts, along with my co-counsel Mary Reichert, on behalf of the executive officer.
Good morning, Ms. Roberts and Ms. Reichert. And who is representing Chiquita Canyon this morning?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the hearing board. Jacob Dujinski on behalf of Chiquita, as well as my co-counsel Megan Morgan.
Good morning, Mr. Dujinski and Ms. Morgan. Okay, before we begin, again, we have held this hearing on a Saturday so we could hear from the public on a day when they are not otherwise working. So for those of you who have not been to either of our initial hearings on this matter, I think it's important just to give you a quick idea of what the hearing board is, what our procedure will be for today, and how you can play a role in our hearing and decision-making today. First, this board is independent of the district. Our members are appointed by the governing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District, but we do function independently. Also, our hearings will likely be very different from any other hearings you may have attended with regard to the landfill or otherwise, because we do function more like a court of law than anything else. Our role during this hearing is to collect evidence in the form of documents and testimony from witnesses, and we make legal findings. All of our witnesses, including any member of the public who wishes to be heard today, must be sworn in. And time permitting, we're going to give all members of the public who wish to be heard 3 minutes to speak, and any public officials who wish to speak will be given 5 minutes. As members of the public, you do have a right to address this board and give any comments you wish. However, because this board does operate like a court of law, we can only consider in our deliberations relevant evidence. So my advice to you and anyone who wishes to speak today is to give the most relevant testimony possible. And that would include your firsthand experience with odors from the landfill, since that's what we're dealing with today, as well as any comments you wish to make on the stipulated order, the proposed modifications for today, the consultant's report, or any other testimony or evidence that is presented today. Now, because again, this hearing is being held on a Saturday for convenience of the affected public, I'm going to give members of the public 2 different opportunities to be heard today, although each person may only speak once. So our procedure is going to be as follows. We will first hear opening statements from each of the parties. I'm going to start with the district, and then I'm going to go to Chiquita Canyon so that we and the public understand generally what they're going to be presenting today and asking for. I'm then going to give the first opportunity for any member of the public to be heard, but who does not wish to wait until the end of the hearing to be heard. The board will then hear from witnesses for the district and witnesses for Chiquita Canyon. And the opposing attorney is going to ask questions, and so will members of the board. When all of that is completed and we have taken in all evidence from the parties, I'm going to again ask if any member of the public wishes to be heard, and we will again give another opportunity for public comment. We will then publicly deliberate here on the Zoom hearing, and we will publicly make a decision today and vote. We will end no later than 4 o'clock, and we will adjust the time for public comment to ensure that we end at that time, depending on how many people join us today. Now, just as important as our format for today's hearing is what is being requested today, our jurisdiction for today's hearing, and what findings we need to make. So please keep in mind that the existing stipulated for order for abatement required Chiquita Canyon to hire consultants to determine the possible sources of increased odors in the surrounding communities and to make recommendations to reduce those odors. The modifications to the order that we are considering today that have been stipulated and agreed upon and presented by both parties are the product of those reports and recommendations, as agreed upon again by the landfill and the district. The parties have agreed to these modified conditions, and because of that, the board does not today need to make a finding that Chiquita Canyon is violating any rules of the district, and in particular, whether it is creating a nuisance. We need to make only one finding today, and that is that there is good cause based on sufficient evidence to adopt the proposed modifications to the stipulated order to help alleviate the issues being experienced by nearby communities. So remember, if you intend to address the board today, please be stick as well as you can to that relevant evidence and to your firsthand knowledge. Before I begin, I also want to review some guidelines and general instructions for today's hearing. We have 2 formats for participation, the Zoom web application, as well as teleconference. Now, during the meeting, all participants on Zoom, except for board members, the AQMD staff, council, and witnesses for Chiquita Canyon landfill, will be placed on mute by the host. That means that you will not be able to mute or unmute your lines manually, I believe. For those on Zoom, if you would like to make public comment on the Zoom screen, you will click the raise hand button, and there is a square that is giving those instructions for you. This will signal to the host that you would like to provide public comment, and you'll be added to a list. If you're using Zoom on your smartphone, you tap the raise hand button at the bottom of the screen. For those who are calling in using the phone line only, you can dial *9 on your keypad to signal that you would like to comment. So if you are one of the people who are here today and you wish to give your comments before the hearing starts after opening statements, you can go ahead right now and raise your hand virtually or press *9 so that the clerk's office can begin to create a list in order and we can determine how many minutes to give each speaker. Okay, and then we're going to again give you a total of 3 minutes. A countdown timer is going to be displayed on the screen at the time you're speaking for each public member to comment. Okay, so now with all of those out of the way, I'm going to turn to, I'm going to make this my gallery view. Okay, any person who is here today to give testimony either for either one of the parties or for the public, if you can please raise your right hand. I'm going to swear everyone in at this moment. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Okay, with that, I'm going to turn to Ms. Roberts. Ms. Roberts, if you would like to give your, oh, sorry, there are also some documents that I should first mark. Okay, and all members of the public, these documents are available to you on the aqmd.gov website under the Hearing Board tab. So if you haven't seen these documents, they are available there. The landfill operations assessment report that we received dated February 2021, we're going to mark that as B, letter B as in boy. So the report that we received is letter B as in boy. We also received 2 different versions of the proposed findings and decisions for a modified stipulated order for abatement. The red line version will be marked as C, the letter C as in cat. And we also received a clean version, and that clean version will be marked as D as in David. Okay, now with that, I'm going to turn to Ms. Roberts for your opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, good morning to the members of the board and to the members of the public. We appreciate your being here. Hopefully you should be able to see my shared screen. I'm going to share a brief PowerPoint to kind of walk through what today's hearing is about. Specifically today, the hearing is to present both a status report and to consider proposed modifications to a stipulated order for abatement entered against the respondent Chiquita Canyon landfill. As a very brief background, in the summer of 2020, the district began receiving an increasingly high number of complaints from the public regarding odors alleged from respondents' landfill. The vast majority of these complaints reporting odors were in the Val Verde community, which is roughly a half-mile north to northwest of the Chiquita Canyon landfill. The district investigated and confirmed the odors and the respondent as the source of these odors on numerous occasions. And through the summer and fall of 2020, the district issued a total of 18 notices of violation against Chiquita Canyon for causing a public nuisance. During that time, the respondent and the district have been working diligently to address the allegations of odors. That culminated in coming before this board in December of 2020 for a stipulated order for abatement. That order required immediate operational changes, but also required a further expert analysis and reporting of recommendations to ultimately control and best practices for odor control and mitigation at the landfill, as well as several conditions relating to public outreach and odor monitoring in the community. So today's testimony will address how that order has been and is being implemented. First, you will hear testimony today from South Coast AQMD's Compliance and Enforcement Division in Inspector Larry Israel. Inspector Israel will discuss the complaint trends that have been investigated and received since the stipulated order went into effect, including that no new notices of violation have been issued, although there have been complaints that were verified. You also hear testimony regarding the operational changes that have been put into place, the odor surveillance that is done in the community, the logs of that surveillance being sent and reviewed by the district. And the testimony will also discuss the analysis that was commissioned by an expert and the report that was received and the conclusions that were reached in that report. And that does get us to the second purpose of today's hearing, which is to consider proposed modifications. The parties have reached a stipulation to implement a series of recommendations coming from the expert report, and those include operational changes, some additional analysis to get further understanding and continued monitoring of potential odors and key indicators of how the performance of mitigating the odors is going, as well as some other improvements to the conditions that we are recommending based on the results that we've seen so far in implementation. So to address these kind of in turn, the first is the operational changes that we are requesting as proposed modifications to this order. Firstly, it's going to start with a new position at the landfill, and that's going to be an odor control supervisor, someone who has the relevant training and experience to essentially own and manage and have ultimate responsibility over the entirety of odor control mitigation efforts at the landfill. That's going to include developing odor profiles, which is going to assess the physical characteristics of waste routinely received by the landfill. It's going to oversee the creation of an odor control zone at the landfill that takes into account the analysis that we've seen of wind patterns and the ability of transport via wind of odor and where in the landfill is best suited to put an odor control zone. And lastly, we will develop standard operating procedures to divert loads that we have profiled and know to be odorous to that odor control zone, particularly when the winds we know are going to be most conducive to transporting odors into the Val Verde community. Importantly, that you'll hear in testimony, the proposed modifications ensure several key features about these procedures. Firstly, they are going to be based on expert experience and understanding. These are not simply made up on the spot. These are based on the report that we've received. They are going to have oversight by the district. The district is not totally hands-off in this process. This is an iterative process, but will require review and approval by the district. Having these procedures is going to incorporate a comprehensive training program for all employees involved throughout this process. These procedures are not going to be opaque. There is procedures for how these are going to be transparent, including both notifying the board, but also posting publicly so the public is able to understand what these procedures being put into place are. And lastly, they will be enforceable. These will be incorporated as enforceable through a condition in the order for abatement that requires following all of the standard operating procedures once they're implemented. And lastly, to ensure that there is no gap, the current operating conditions that have been put in place will remain in place until we have approved and trained upon and ready to implement new procedures. So the next step is that continued analysis. We are going to develop key performance indicators, which is a recommendation from our expert report that will allow us to assess the efforts of odor mitigation at the landfill. We will do further airflow analysis with wind data to assess whether future cells need to have either vegetative barriers or other wind barriers. And that report, again, will be posted publicly to ensure everyone has access to understand all of the relevant information. Lastly, we are proposing several other improvements based on our understanding and how the implementation of the stipulated order has been put into place. Particularly, we are recommending some improvements to the community odor surveillance, both in targeting of when that surveillance takes place, but also in ensuring that all the employees conducting that surveillance have relevant training conducted initially by a consultant with trained expertise, and then also get regular refresher training to ensure that this is a robust program of community surveillance for odors. We're going to expand the definition of unfavorable wind to include even the most stagnant of wind based on our expert report results. And we're going to add a little bit of public notification to add the materials that are being created and presented at public meetings for those members of the public who maybe couldn't attend the meeting, but still want to be able to understand what was discussed at those. Lastly, we are proposing the board to consider setting a next status hearing in September to be able to come back to ensure that this is still ongoing and capturing the odor problems and no further notices of violation are being issued. And lastly, I do want to note, as the chair mentioned and discussed a little bit of good cause, there is, the district submits that there is good cause to issue the modification that is proposed as stipulated to by both parties. These proposed modifications, as you'll hear in testimony today, are based on the expert conclusions and reports and an assessment of and review of the data that has been collected under the current order. It is the district's understanding that this report does support the changes and that these changes are going to actually strengthen the order to ensure that odor is mitigated coming from this landfill. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Robertson. Thank you for that presentation. Very clear. I'm going to turn to Mr. Dujinski for your opening for Chiquita Landfill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning again, and members of the board, and also thank you to Ms. Roberts for that thorough and accurate summation of the purpose of the hearing today and the modifications to the order as agreed upon by the parties. In opening, I'd just like to remind us a little bit of where we are and how far we've come and what we intend to elicit through testimony today. The order that the parties proposed and was adopted by the board on December 16th, 2020 did include some immediate measures that Chiquita had implemented essentially starting the next day. Those measures required Chiquita to start diverting some waste from Cell 6, an area of the landfill that is pretty close to the neighboring community of Valverde. It required Chiquita to start implementing odor surveillances, and it also required some community outreach, including an update to Chiquita's website and holding some community town hall meetings. And Chiquita's been doing that and has been implementing the current order dutifully over the past handful of months. And as you'll hear, and as Ms. Roberts alluded to, Chiquita's been successful in implementing this order. Verified complaint numbers have gone down drastically, specifically if you compare the past 3 months with the period when Chiquita was receiving those NOVs over the last year. And the modified order that AQMD and Chiquita proposed to adopt today will build on that progress. And so Chiquita agrees that this hearing is primarily focused on 2 issues. It is the status update and the consultant report. The board will hear from landfill manager Steve Casulo about how Chiquita has gone about implementing the current version of the order. But the board will also hear from Mr. Patrick Sullivan with SCS Engineers and Mr. Neil Bolton from Blue Ridge Services Montana, Inc. regarding the recommendations and conclusions they made in a very thorough consultant report that was prepared and provided to the board. Now, Mr. Casulo will touch specifically on a few items with regards to implementation. We'll hope to walk through the entirety of the current order and discuss a bit how Chiquita has gone about implementing that. And with regards to Mr. Bolton and Mr. Sullivan, they will describe essentially what their recommendations are and how those fit within the proposed order that you have before you today. And now, again, when the hearing board adopted the initial order on December 16th of last year, I think a common phrase we used during that hearing was that it was going to be a good first step. And Chiquita respectfully submits that the proposed order that you have before you today is the best next step for ensuring that any potential odors are abated at Chiquita Canyon landfill. The proposed parties' modifications to the order are directly in line with the recommendations that are coming out of the consultant report. We do agree that the hearing board should find good cause to adopt the parties' proposed modifications. We respectfully request that the board do so.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dujinski. Okay, as promised, at this time, I'm going to see if there's any members of the public who are present who wish to be heard earlier rather than later. And I do see that there is one hand raised, and we will call on Miss Sarah Alaguez in a moment. I just want to make sure that if there's any other members of the public who wish to be heard this morning rather than waiting till the end of the hearing, which may not be that long, but which may, we'll see, to please raise your hand as well. Okay, now I see that there are 2. So can we go in the order of Miss Alaguez and then Miss Evans? And I don't know who can unmute. Should I do that? Okay. Ask to unmute. Okay, Miss Alaguez, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, now before we start the 3-minute timer, I'm going to ask you if you can please just state and spell your name. First of all, I want to make sure I'm pronouncing your last name correctly.
My name is Sarah Olaguez. It's Olaguez.
Thank you, Miss Alaguez. And Can you just indicate whether you took the oath today or whether I need to swear you in?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you so much. So I'm going to ask for the timer to start, and Ms. Alaguez, please go ahead and give us any comments you wish.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that I appreciate that everybody is taking the time to listen to us. Although the odors have somewhat decreased, especially, and this has kind of been the pattern, they tend to not be as strong in the winter months, which is kind of the period that we've been in. So if they have decreased, I wouldn't say that they've decreased from last year, but they've kind of just decreased due to the season that we're in. So it will be interesting to see how things are once we have a little bit more rain and there's a little bit more heat after that. Yeah, I think that's about all that I have to say. I would really like there to be a second follow-up or kind of a continued eye on this, because I do have concerns that as the weather changes, things will kind of go back to the similar way that they are. And I also just wanted to say that, and this doesn't necessarily have to do with air quality, but the landfill has not been really great at keeping a lot of the trash in that a lot of it has been flying, especially during the windy times, all over the hills. And a lot of it, it's flowing all over the hills near us, but all over the hills in front of and next to their facility. And that is also a large concern. And there doesn't seem to be a big response in cleaning a lot of that trash up. So, okay, I think that's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Alaguez. And I want you to stick around if you can, because I think that you'll hear a lot today about the consultant report. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, but a lot of what you're saying regarding the winter months and versus the summer months was borne out in that consultant report, and the recommendations, a lot of them are being proposed for modifications to this order. So the board and the district will continue to have oversight if it's adopted today. And with that, I thank you. And thank you for appearing today. And I think I remember you from last hearing too. So thank you. And I want to ask Ms. Roberts first if she or Ms. Reichert have any questions for you.
No questions from the district, but thank you for your testimony, Ms. Alaguez.
Thank you.
And I'm going to turn to Mr. Jaczynski and Ms. Morgan, whether you have any questions for Ms. Alaguez.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, and now I'm going to go to the board and ask if any members of the board have any questions for Ms. Alaguez. Ms. Verdugo Peralta and then Mr. Balagopalan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Alaguez, can you tell us whether the trash that you were mentioning that has occurred due to the high winds is still there? And when it does occur, if there is an effort, how long after the wind has stopped do you see any effort of cleaning it up?
Yeah, so there is still quite a bit there. Some of it has been cleaned up, but it seems to be really close to the streets or the roads, but it's all along the hillside. And it took it was at least a month or so before a large amount of it was cleaned up. And we had quite a bit of wind after. So there was quite a few weeks of wind, and it just kind of kept coming, and it wasn't being cleaned up. There was kind of a pause in wind for us, and that's when there was like one person out there that I saw, and he was cleaning up kind of close along the 126. But there's significant amount that's still there present even today, and this is at least a month or two after we've had some really big wins.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Balagopalan had a question as well.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Villegas. I remember from in my notes in your last testimony that you suffered from migraines and your daughter had asthma. Is that still an ongoing problem with you?
Yes. And unfortunately, those migraines have only gotten worse and not better.
Since the last hearing, September 16th, have you had occasion where you had called in complaints?
Have I what?
Have you called in any complaints to the?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
I know I have it in my notes somewhere, but at least 3 or 4 times, probably a little bit more. I don't want to over say, but yeah, at least 3 or 4 times.
And that's at different times of the day, different days, of course.
Yeah. Sometimes in the winter months, the odor tends to be at different times of the day. So sometimes more the evening time, or they're different odors. So it's more of like a grass or what will we say? Natural like leaves and stuff like that odor versus like a really strong trashy odor, greens odor. So yeah.
How about today? Are you experiencing any odors today?
I actually haven't been outside yet. And I'm not smelling them inside my house, which is nice. So I'm not 100% sure.
Hey, I'm on a webinar. Let me call you right back.
One last question, Mike. I don't know if you've seen the list of stops. Where would you be closer? The list of stops that was described in the order. Where would you be? Which stop number would you be? Your home close to? Do you know?
I don't remember the stops. I'm nearest Harding and Taylor.
Harding and Taylor. Oh, okay. That's further northwest of the landfill.
Yes, we're one of the closer houses, I would say. We're in the kind of the first set of community houses to the landfill.
Okay. So whenever you have experienced orders, you do tend to call in. Do you call the 800 cut smoke, or do you call the landfill directly?
No, I call AQMD.
AQMD. Okay.
Yeah. I don't always, I have to admit, I don't always call. Sometimes I am out for a run and I experience the odor, but by the time I get back to my house, I'm not smelling the odor as strongly as I was somewhere else. Recently, Larry did say, he's like, even if you smell it somewhere else, you can call in. I just was under the impression that it had to be at my residence where I was smelling it. So I will take note of that. And yeah, so there has been times that I have experienced the odor and not called it in.
Okay, thank you for your testimony.
Before I ask for other questions, I wanted to just ask Paul or Anthony. I understand that those who are watching on the webinar are only seeing the timer and are not seeing members of the board when they're asking questions or
We can change that right now if you'd like after.
That would be great.
Yeah, after the timing is done, we can remove that and see faces.
Okay, thank you, Paul. I appreciate it. Senator, you have questions for Mr. Villegas?
If you call in and you complain about the odor only, you also complain about the trash that get accumulated in the neighborhood.
Yes.
You hear me say my question?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't understand your question. Can you ask it again? I'm sorry.
When you call in your complaints, are your complaints only about the odor, or do you also complain about the trash in your neighborhood?
I actually wasn't sure who to call about the trash. But I do know that other neighbors have called in about the trash. I just found out a few days ago who I could call about the trash. I've taken quite a few pictures. And I reached out to a few of the neighbors because I was like, well, what do I do about this? There's trash everywhere. And they then directed me where to call. But some neighbors have also been calling about it.
Where are you calling about the trash?
We can call Chiquita Canyon, but there's another number that we can also call. I don't have it. I don't remember the name of it in front of me. But there is also a secondary number that we can call.
For how long has this trash been blowing into your neighborhood under the wind conditions?
I would say at least 2 months, maybe 3. Yeah, it's especially bad this year.
Do you attend the community meetings that they have periodically?
Like our Valverde community meetings?
Well, that the Canyon sponsors provide for.
Oh, the Chiquita Canyon meetings?
Yes.
No, I have not, but I plan on attending the one that is coming up.
Well, maybe by complaining at those meetings, the problem can be solved much more quickly.
Yes, I definitely plan on bringing it up in those meetings.
Please do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions for Ms. Alaguez? Okay, Ms. Alaguez, thank you again for representing
you.
the community and coming here today. Okay, I'm going to turn now to Ms. Susie Evans. If you can also just introduce yourself first by stating and spelling your name and letting us know that you did or did not take the oath today.
My name is Susie Evans, Evans. And no, I did not take the oath. I was not fast enough.
Okay, I'm going to ask then, I'm going to administer the oath to Ms. Evans, and I see that there are 2 other members of the public. I see Natalie Tate and someone called Stephanie, and also I see Abigail DeCisa. So anyone who may be testifying, and again, I'm going to give an opportunity. It's either now or it's after you've heard the hearing today. So it's up to you whether you wish to testify now or wait to hear the evidence for the stipulated order. Okay, but please raise your right hand, everyone who wishes to testify. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Evans, and thank you for those who took it and did not say so, but I'll ask you when it comes. Okay, so we're going to give Ms. Evans 3 minutes, and Ms. Evans, please let us know what your comments are.
My comments are that it's again, like I think it was Sarah said, the smells are less during this time of year, but she mentioned the trash and she took pictures. I took pictures and I sent them off to the Valverde Community Association, the Castaic Area Town Council, and to this board. And somebody on the CAC forwarded my information to the LEA, and the pictures apparently did not make a dent in what was seen. I got a message back from the LEA on the 8th of this month where they said they did not see any trash. I took more pictures yesterday morning when I was out, and there is still trash. And the bags of trash that were picked up are sitting alongside the road, ripe for the coyotes to come and rip them apart. And there is still trash hanging from trees and branches and fences and high up on the hillsides. And there's still trash along Chiquito. And I must say that they only went as far as the fire station. The trash is still sitting further up Chiquita, and my house is one of the first ones, and I can see it from the back of my house. So their attempt is not good. And the LEA said that they went out on the 8th. People said they saw a bunch of people picking up trash on the 9th. So I don't see how they could have missed all the trash that was hanging from everything. And there still is.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Did you wish to say anything else or?
Well, like Sarah said, the air is, because it's the wintertime, we're not going to smell it as much or as often. And I do know that one of the pictures I sent showed the face of the dump where the trash was exposed in the super high winds, and it was not being covered at all. And I must say that there was a vast area that wasn't covered. So the trash is just being dumped and blown.
Thank you so much. One thing I wanted to, before I turn it over for questions from others, I wanted to ask you, I don't believe we saw, you mentioned all the people that you sent pictures to, you said to this board. I don't believe we have received any photographs, but if you do wish to present that to the board, you can present to, the email that you can send it to is HBD, H, B as in boy, D as in David, _user at AQMD.gov. I just want you to know that the board has not received those. We're not ignoring them. We just have not received any photographs.
Okay, I can resend them.
Thank you very much. And again, thank you for your testimony today again, and also for representing your community. And I'm going to turn to Ms. Roberts to see if Ms. Roberts has any questions for you.
No questions from the district, but thank you for your testimony, Ms. Evans.
Thank you very much. Mr. Dudzinski, any questions for Ms. Evans?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Board members, any questions for Ms. Evans? Mr. Balagopalan has a question, Ms. Evans.
Yes, Ms. Evans, are you smelling anything today? Are you indoor, outdoor today?
I haven't been outdoors yet.
Okay. I know in your past testimony, you used to be woken up at 2 or 3 in the morning. Is that due to the odors?
Yes.
Is that still happening where you have been woken up?
No, because I keep my doors closed now that it's so cold.
Ah, okay. Where are you in the stop? I don't know if you ever looked at the table where it was in the order, but are you in where's the intersection? What's your street intersection? Just try to get a sense where you are on the.
Chiquita and Lincoln, it's the very first street of town.
Oh, okay, stop number 3. And then the other question I had is, since the last date of the hearing, September 16, have you had occasion to call in and order complaints?
I believe so. I can look back at my notes, like Sarah said she could. Let me see, where's that? On February 9th, I called.
Okay.
I can go back further if you want.
No, that's okay. So you have called, fair to say, multiple times.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions for Ms. Evans? Okay. And I want to remind those, some people might have joined later to the hearing, that we're going to be giving 2 opportunities to be heard today. And you can feel free to let us know you want to be heard today, or you would like to be heard, I'm sorry, not today, now, or later, once you've heard a presentation on the consultant's report and the proposed modifications to the order for abatement. And so I will take you in turn and then ask you whether you wish to be heard now. We're going to start with Ms. Natalie Tate. Ms. Tate, can you just please state and spell your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Natalie Tate, T-A-T-E, and I live on the crossroads of Jackson and Lincoln.
Thank you for that. And again, you do not have to tell us, but if you wish to, please do. And did you take the oath this morning when I administered it, Ms. Tate?
Yes, I did.
Okay, Ms. Tate, you prefer to be heard now than to wait till later in the hearing?
Heard now. Yes, please.
Yes, absolutely. Please go ahead with your comments.
I just want to speak in terms of the odors. I think everyone else has done a good job of speaking about the trash issues, but the odors are not as strong, but yet when they do happen, they are intense. They hang low to the ground, and they would be a 4. The AQMD inspectors usually ask us our opinion of what we're smelling. And when our inspectors, plural, we've had different people at our home. When they've come, we're smelling definitely a 4 on a scale of 5. So it's hanging low to the ground. Sometimes it's intense trash. Sometimes it's odors that could be a gas odor. When I just went outside just a second ago to see if I smelled anything, I smell kind of an odor. Could be anything, could be deodorizer, I don't know. Our wind is from the north today at 2 miles per hour. When the wind goes to the west, that's when we intensely smell it. We have high humidity here today. And that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate again that you are here representing your community. Okay, let me change my view. Ms. Roberts, do you have any questions for Ms. Tate?
No questions, but thank you, Ms. Tate, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Jaczynski, any questions for Ms. Tate?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, questions for Ms. Tate? Mr. Balagopalan.
Mistake. Actually, you answered most of my questions that I asked the other members, but I do have one question. Have you had occasion to call in after the last hearing and register a complaint with either the landfill or with AQMD?
Yes, I have, and the AQMD can attest to that with my complaint numbers. I don't always write them down, but we do have a phone tree, and we keep people alerted when we do report our numbers. So we're trying to keep track. But I believe that I've called in at least 3 times since the hearing. Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you for that.
Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Balagopalan. Any other questions for Ms. Tate? Okay, thank you again, Ms. Tate.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. And again, if for those who are wanting to be heard so that they can go off and not stay for the day, I would definitely encourage everyone to either listen to the webcast today or to go back and listen to the webcast so you can hear the results of the consultant's report, perhaps download it for yourself and read it, and to please pay attention to those modifications that are being sought today. Okay, I have the name Stephanie as the next person who is in my queue for speaking. Stephanie, can you please state and spell your name? And you don't, again, nobody has to give their first and last name if you don't want to. And I see Stephanie has not, so it's up to you if you'd like.
No, you definitely want to have my last name on there. My name is Stephanie, S-T-E-P-H-A-N-I-E. My last name is E as in Edward, B as in boy, I-A.
And how do you pronounce it? Abia?
Yes.
Okay. Miss Abia, did you take the oath when I administered it today?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you'd like to be heard now as opposed to waiting till later in the hearing?
Correct.
Okay, please, please give us your comments.
Earlier you mentioned about a certain area, I think you called it cell 6 or cell 4, that is in the southwest corner, that you were concerned because apparently there's a lot of problems coming from that area. But up here where I live, which is off of Hunstock, the northern side, the northeast portion of Valverde, the smells have come over here too, and they have been quite strong, especially during the summer. Like they mentioned before, December, the winter months aren't that bad unless it gets hot. But I would call them, when they come over here, more like a 7, not a 5. And I can't even go outside. It's so frustrating. And many times I'll be outside, like doing exercise or something, and I can smell it. And then by the time I get home, I totally forget. But I know I've called at least 4 or 5 times. I would like to know if there's any, are you checking to see about the odors on this side as well as the southwest portion of Valverde?
Thank you, and that will be definitely addressed during the hearing. Did you have any other comments before we ask questions?
Yes, also there is trash up here as well. Up here at the end of Hunstock, there is a lot of trash up there that must have blown over. I can't figure out where else it came from, but that is my comment as well. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. And thank you so much, Ms. Abia, for coming today and again, for representing your community. I just wanted to quickly point out 2 things. When cell 6 is being mentioned, and I believe it was by Ms. Roberts in her opening, cell 6 is a location on the landfill where the working face currently is situated. And the consultant's report, which I would also encourage you to take a look at, and if you can, to listen to the presentation today of the hearing. The position of that cell has been identified in the consultant's report as part of the potential part of the issue. So that does not have anything to do with the actual odors in the community. And it's my understanding that odors in the community are being monitored. And if you have any complaints, they will continue to be monitored and looked at by the district. And also, when you mentioned that you have smells on a 7, not a 5, I think it was Ms. Tate, no, not Ms. Tate, Ms. Evans. No, it was Ms. Tate who mentioned that she smells a 4. That was on a scale of 0 to 5, which is the scale that is used by the district. So would you say that you're on a scale of 5? Where would you say that smell felt?
Definitely a 5. It is just overwhelming here.
Okay, thank you. And I'm going to turn to Ms. Roberts to see if Ms. Roberts has any questions for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. No questions, but thank you for your testimony this morning.
And I'm going to turn to Mr. Dudzinski to see if he has any questions for you as well.
No questions. Thank you.
Board members, any questions for Ms. Abia? Yes, Mr. Balagopalan.
Yes, thank you, Mr. C. I recall, I think I have my notes that you had previously smelled the odorant.
I'm sorry.
These, besides the trash or landfill odor, you also had complained about the odorant that the landfill uses. Are you still smelling that?
I smelled it during the summer last year. I haven't smelled it during the winter months that I've noticed. Usually I try to call the AQMD and tell them, and they'll come out real quick. I appreciate that.
And you have called since the last hearing of to the AQMD?
I think
from September last year to
September. No, I don't think so. I may have called once, but I'm not sure.
Are you smelling anything today? Did you go out or?
I did go out. No, I don't smell anything.
And you did say you're in the northeast. Can you sort of give a, I don't need your house address, but the sort of the street intersection?
I am at Hunstock and Delvi A.
Okay, all right. It's listed as a stop on number 12. So okay, on the order. All right. That's all the question I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just so you know, Ms. Bia, when Mr. Balagopalan mentions number 12, in the current order, there is a list of 20 stops for which odor surveillance is being conducted every day. So your intersection is on that list. So the question that you had of whether your area is still being monitored, it is under the order.
And there's a reason why I'm asking that question, which I'll clarify later on.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Verdugo Peralta also has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Abia, do you also have children who are being affected by this as well as yourself when you're going outside or they're going outside?
I don't have children. I have my son, and he has terrible allergies. I mean, when he's out here, he comes here maybe 6 months and stays here, and he doesn't have any problems until he gets here. Then he starts really bad nasal problems.
Okay, thank you very much. One other question. When you say that you're going outside, besides the nuisance of the odor, what other effects do you experience?
I don't think I experienced anything else but the odor from this side. The trash is still a problem up the street. It's all over the place up there in the reserved area for just nature walking. It's kind of blown everywhere. So it's not as bad as it was maybe the last few days. It was pretty windy up here.
Okay, so as one of the other members of the public stated, you're not experiencing anything like migraine headaches or anything of that sort?
No, I just know that I have to stay home. I don't recall getting headaches, but I do know that my nose does start to run and it does burn.
Okay.
And my eyes water too. That's right.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure, thank you. Nope.
Sorry, did you hear me ask for any other questions? I didn't realize I was muted. Any other questions for Ms. Abia?
I'm unmuted.
Yes, okay, Senator Holden has questions.
Right, Ms. Evans. You are aware that the administration of the landfill provide an outreach program for the community by having meetings to solicit their complaints. That being the case, have you ever attended any of those meetings and registered your complaint there?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe I have.
Where was the last meeting you attended to make this such a complaint?
I can't remember. I really can't. I am so busy. I have like 2 jobs and.
The last meeting, was it a month ago, 2 months ago?
No, I didn't attend that one. The one that was on Zoom, I did attend that one. The last one you had, I think, is that the one you're talking about, or are you talking about?
Are you, I think, Ms. Abia, are you talking about, you attended our last hearing, I think which was in December. But I think the Senator's question is, have you attended any of the meetings that have been held by the landfill?
I have. I used to be on the Castaic Town Council, and there were meetings at that point that we would go in and see them at the hotel up there. I forgot the name of it. Nearby. So those meetings, yes, I would attend. I can't remember the last one I attended though.
Okay. Do you recall any corrective action taken after those meetings where you made your complaints?
No, I believe that there were actions that they said they were going to take. I believe there was something about monitoring the smells, but I don't think that has helped at all.
It just tells you that the smell is still there. Okay.
Yeah, it's still here. I'm just dreading it this summer.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Ms. Abia. Anyone else have any questions for Ms. Abia? Okay, thank you for giving us your comments and also for representing your community. Thank you. Okay, the next person that we have in the queue is, sorry, Miss Abigail DeSessa.
That is correct.
Okay, and Ms. DeSessa, can you just make sure we have the spelling of your name?
D is in dog, E is in egg, S is in Sam, E is in egg, S is in Sam, A is in apple.
Thank you so much, Ms. DeSessa. And I remember that you were here last time as well. And have you taken the oath today?
Yes, I did. The
Wonderful.
second time.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, please give us your comments at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to add that I too agree it has looked like it snowed plastic out here after the high winds. Not sure that this is in this board's scope, but I too have witnessed it in great amounts. As for the odors, I called just 2 days ago on Thursday. I am out more often than many of my neighbors during the cold due to having animals to care for here. I appear to be one of the people who are also sensitive to the cover-up deodorizer. I do smell it, and I find it irritating to my sinuses and eyes. I often smell it and then still smell some of the sweet rotting trash smell it is trying to cover up. I also would like to make sure to note that the high winds and the cold weather have a large influence over how much we do or don't smell the landfill out here. Winter is usually not as bad as summer. Summer is often really bad. I have to get my animal care duties done as fast as possible to get back inside so I can stop being exposed to the odors when this is occurring. I have had negative health responses to it, including headaches, sore throat, burning eyes, and nausea. I live near Lexington and Cottage Grove Drive on the top of a hill. I hope that is helpful. And thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me an opportunity to speak to this board today.
Thank you for appearing and speaking to us. With that, I'm going to ask, Ms. Roberts, if you have any questions for Ms. DeSessa.
No questions, but thank you, Ms. DeSessa, for your testimony today.
Mr. Dudzinski, do you have any questions for Ms. DeSessa?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Verdugo Peralta has questions for you.
Thank you, Ms. DeSessa, for participating today. I really do appreciate the fact that the community has come out today in an effort to listen to what your complaints are. And in reference to the physical effects that you have, about how long would you say that that's been occurring?
It's been occurring. This is my second home in Val Verde. Originally, I lived on a street called Concourse, which was down below in the valley area, and I just didn't experience it that often on that street. So upon moving to the top of the hill over here about 8 years ago, it just gradually built up. And it seems that there are episodes where, like last summer, as you all know, the reason we're even here, it was excessive. So I experience it anytime that I have to call into AQMD and be exposed to it for 15 minutes or more at a level 4 or more. I do wind up with headaches, burning eyes, a sore burning throat, and periodically I get quite nauseous where I have to lay down.
And you say that that's been occurring since before last summer or
Yes.
as last summer?
Before last summer, however, last summer is truly the worst.
Okay, so how long then would you say that you have been experiencing this? A year, a couple of years?
I would easily say a good 3-4 years now, where it's built up and I know that I'm starting to have less tolerance for it.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sessa.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions? Dr. Bernstein and then Mr. Balagopoulos.
Good morning, Mr. Sessa, and thank you for your testimony today. It's greatly appreciated. I just wanted to clarify. You stated you live on Morningside Drive?
No, sir.
Okay, so tell me exactly where you're.
Well, if we can talk more at intersections.
Intersection, please.
The intersection is Lexington and Cottage Grove Drive. However, that's down in the valley where that intersection is. I happen to live at the top of a hill.
Okay. And Morningside Drive is where with respect to where you are?
The road I have to take if I want to get here.
Okay.
So you would either.
There's a monitoring station at Lexington and Morningside Drive. So I was just trying to see where you were located with respect to that monitoring station.
Not very far. However, again, I can't stress enough, that's down in a valley area where I'm up above and gases rise.
Thank you very much for that. Have you availed yourself of the website from Chiquita Canyon and the section specifically dealing with the odor mitigation?
I can't say that I've spent much time on their website. I will clear it up. I did actually sit on the CAC years ago prior to this CUP. I attended those meetings and I even chaired them.
Okay. And the symptoms that you have encountered and experienced, have you seen a physician for those symptoms?
Last summer, I actually did have to go to urgent care and be treated with a bag of fluids as well as anti-nausea medication intravenously, and then a prescription to go home on it. I got so ill from it. However, I was tested for COVID, instant testing, one of those 15, 20-minute ones that they saved for when people were really sick and they were very concerned. It came back negative. So the only thing I can claim is that it wasn't COVID. I cannot, as you all know, substantiate that that's what it was from. However, I feel after 3 days in a row, the dates line up of having been heavily exposed to the fumes, and those were violations that were actually cited by AQMD. So I feel there's a connection, but again, if I smoked a cigarette, I can't exactly claim I just got cancer from it.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much for that response. Mr. Balagopalan has questions.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Desa. When you said you called in 2 days ago, what on the scale of 0 to 5, what would you say the scale of the odor intensity?
The odor intensity was actually a combination. It was the cover-up, which for me, I call it a cheap fake Febreze, and I could still smell the sweet rotting trash under it. It was a bubble in one of the sections of my property. I have more than an acre here, and that bubble was a 4 on a scale of 1 to 5.
Yes, thank you. And I apologize. I think I had my notes. The previous speaker did not complain about the odor. It's you the last time also mentioned the odor, and you did smell the odor. And when you do call in, do you call the AQMD or do you call the landfill?
I strictly call AQMD.
Okay. And you did 2 days ago. Have you done it previously too after the last hearing, September last year?
Yeah, I just looked up in my notes. March 4th was another one. I may call more often than other people during winter because, again, I'm outside dealing with the animals on the property, so I have to.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Board members, any other questions for Ms. DeSessa? Okay, Ms. DeSessa, thank you once again for coming out another time to tell us your comments and also to represent your community. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one other member of the public who has indicated by raising his hand that he wishes to speak, and that, oops, okay. And that is Mr. Stephen House. Mr.
Yes,
House,
correct.
before we begin, can you please make sure we have the proper spelling of your name and let us know whether you took the oath this morning?
Yes, I did take the oath the second time, and my name is Stephen, spelled S-T-E-V-E-N, and last name is spelled Howse, H-O-W-S-E.
Thank you, Mr. House. And you wish to be giving your comments today now as opposed to later in the day. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm actually working today. So I was actually teaching Zoom classes earlier. So I missed the first part of this meeting. I have a short break before I have my next class. So I wanted to come in and give testimony. And I plan on listening to the remainder of the recording later today when I have time.
Wonderful. We really encourage that. Thank you for fitting us in and being able to give comments like this. We were trying to get around people's work schedules, but we can't get around everyone's apparently. Please go ahead, Mr. House, and give us your comment.
All right. I live over on Lincoln Avenue, so I'm one of the closer homes to Chiquita Canyon landfill. I've lived here since 1998. I try to be at all the different meetings. I was on the CAC board for a while, as well as on the VBCA community board and several other places. Been dealing with odors from the landfill for pretty much the entire time that I've lived here. The last few years, it has seemed to have gotten worse, especially from last year was pretty bad. Still continue to have odors. It does get a little frustrating after such a long time that it seems like nothing's ever being done. It's not getting better. I do notice that lately in the last couple of months, I'm smelling more of like some sort of odor cover up, something chemical on top of the trash odor. So I was like, okay, well, hey, let's see if we can make this worse. Let's put, trash odor and, Febreze together, which is very frustrating to deal with. Luckily, my job has allowed me to be able to work at home during this, COVID times like that, but that's also presented issues as well. Because now I'm home more and dealing with odors. I was trying to look back through my notes to see exactly how many times. It looks like in the last month or so, I've called the AQMD for odor complaints. It looks like about 4 times from my notes. Don't quote me on that exact amount, but we have a running list of when we call in and what our complaints numbers like that. So about 4 times in the last month or so. It was smelling this morning. I did not call the AQMD because I had Zoom classes. And that's one of the issues that I have is just, trying to call everybody, notify everybody, let everybody know that, say, hey, we got problems, we got issues. And then having the AQMD, hopefully call us back. It is very frustrating when sometimes I get a call back 3 or 4 hours later. They're like, hey, are you still smelling it? And I'm like, no, it's gone now. Oh, okay, well, thanks. That doesn't help. I really want to get this worked out. I used to call the landfill and let them know when the odor complaints happen, but unfortunately, my frustration used to come through, and they asked me not to let them know anymore. So and that's probably my fault because I wasn't the nicest person when I called in. Mostly due to the fact that I'm working outside, I'm having troubles with, my sinus is messing up, not being able to breathe. I got my family's getting sick and stuff like that, that I'm having to deal with the odor. So I'm frustrated. And of course that would come through when I would either call or text, and they did not like that. So that's just kind of the stuff that I'm dealing with, out here. I mean, I wish we could get it fixed. I wish it would have shut down. I wish it would not open up again, but it is what it is.
Wow, thank you, Mr. House. And we understand any frustration you may have. Thank you for coming today. I'm going to turn it to Ms. Roberts to see if she has any questions for you.
No questions, but thank you for your testimony, Mr. House.
Mr. Dudzinski, do you have any questions for Mr. House?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Ms. Verdugo Peralta has questions, Mr. House.
Thank you for your testimony today, Mr. House. Can you tell us what health effects you and your family have been experiencing?
It's not me as much as my family. My wife has a lot of asthma issues, as well as my kids do as well. There's been quite a few times, especially in the summertime, where my wife homeschools our kids. It's actually so bad that she's had to pack everybody up and actually leave the area because it's at least the odors are bad, and we're just having difficulties with allergies and runny noses and headaches. I have experienced the same thing, not to the degree my family does, but I've had several times where I'm working outside, like say late afternoon, early evening, maybe working on my car or doing some sort of project outside, and it starts smelling really bad. I can't go inside. I start having headaches and I kind of start having problems. It's extremely frustrating because it's like I can't work at my house. I can't actually do things I need to do at my house because of the odors. So it's affecting me more than just a nuisance. So that's very, very frustrating. As of late, this beginning of this year in the wintertime, usually it's not as bad, but there's been quite a few odorous days that we've had here just at the beginning of this year.
Okay, Mr. House, thank you very much. I'm sorry you and your family are experiencing all of that, and I appreciate you letting us know about it. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Board members, any other questions for Mr. House? I see Mr. Balagopalan has questions.
Yes, Mr. Howe. You mentioned that you called at least 3 or 4 times. Did you get a visit by any inspector?
I believe so. Most of the time I get visits, but there's a lot of times where I don't know what it is with the call system, but the message doesn't end up getting through to an inspector till sometimes hours later. You know, a lot of times the odor has gone away. I've had sometimes where it's odorous for maybe an hour, hour and a half, and then 2 hours later, I'm getting a phone call back saying, you know, hey, do you still smell it? You know, we're an hour away. And I'm like, whatever, you know, you missed it. And then guess what? It'll start smelling again an hour after that. It's frustrating. Sometimes we have it in the morning and the afternoon. So it'll start smelling, you know, like 9, 10 o'clock in the morning, smell for an hour, 2 hours. And then the smell will come back in the evening around, you know, 8, 9 o'clock in the evening. So.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
And so most of your interaction then with the inspector has been through the phone. Did somebody show up at your door? I think last time you mentioned that your kids are on first name basis with the Inspector Israel.
Yes, yes, he has come out a few times. So I can't say what days, you know, specifically, but in the last month or so, I think he's been here at least twice. So I know that they do make an effort to come out, but the frustration is sometimes they're not being notified, you know, that there is a call. So, you know, I'm doing my due diligence as far as calling in and making a complaint, but then that is not being issued to an inspector in a timely manner.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions? Okay, Mr. House, thank you so much once again for appearing today and telling us all of your issues. We appreciate it, and we will consider all of the public testimony that has been given today in our decision.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see that there are any other members of the public who are indicating that they wish to be heard. I just want to once again remind members of the public who might not have been here when we started the hearing that we are taking public testimony in 2 different times. If you wish to be heard now, so that you don't have to stay and can watch the hearing later. If you are on the phone, you can indicate you wish to be heard by pressing *9 to raise your hand. And if you are here on the Zoom, you can press the raise hand button. So I'm going to give a moment for anyone who has not been heard yet to do that. And again, we're going to give another opportunity later on after we've taken all of the evidence from the parties. Okay, I don't see any other members of the public. I think before we begin with the parties and collection of evidence, I'm going to we're going to take our break for the morning. It's a perfect time to do that. Let's say we take about a 15-minute break and we come back at 10:40. Okay, 10:40. Please do not leave the hearing because if you do, you may have trouble getting back on. But for those of you who are on the panel, please do mute your microphones. But when we come back, will it make sense to the parties to begin with district witnesses or with Chiquita Canyon witnesses?
For the district, we only have one affirmative witness, Mr. Israel, and I think his testimony would be comparatively shorter, likely, than respondents' witnesses. So it may make sense from that perspective to take him first.
Okay, then why don't we do that? We're going to take our break. We'll be back at 10:40, and we will start with Mr. Israel. Thank you so much. We're off the record. Okay, it's 10:40. I want to make sure we all reassemble. Make sure Dr. Bernstein is present and I see Mr. Dudziński. Okay, wonderful. Okay, it looks like all members of the board are back and the parties are back. And as we said, we're back on the record. And as we had said, we will begin with Mr. Larry Israel and Ms. Roberts' examination of Mr. Israel.
Thank you. Mr. Israel, could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
It's Lawrence, Laurance, Israel, Israel.
Thank you. And did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
Thanks. And could you tell us what is your position with South Coast AQMD?
Air Quality Inspector 3 in compliance and enforcement. Specifically, I'm assigned to the air toxics and waste management team.
Great. And in that position, has that made you familiar with both the respondent's facility and the stipulated order for abatement that we're discussing today?
Yes.
Great. And just to refresh our recollection, you testified last time you had conducted some of the investigations prior to the OA's issuance, and you had actually issued some of the notices of violation. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And have you investigated any complaints received from the public since the OA, the stipulated order, went into effect on December 16th, 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And just to remind us, can you briefly describe the process of what happens when the district receives a complaint from a member of the public and how that gets assigned to you?
Well, typically the district receives complaints either through email or through our website or through a telephone message, voice message. A lot of those are received after hours. And so in that instance, there may be longer delays in notifying. But during our normal work hours, I'm notified typically by a supervisor in the toxics group to respond to a complaint, which may have been received shortly before that or over the previous evening or weekend or what have you. So once an individual calls in a complaint, they have option to call the district's toll-free complaint line where it's logged, and then it's assigned to the appropriate group, meaning the toxics group. And from there, it's emailed to myself.
Okay. And just for the public's edification, and since this is being recorded and members of the public might listen to it later, can you remind us what is that toll-free number for the public to report a complaint to the South Coast AQMD?
Well, very simply, it's 1-800-CUT-SMOG, which is 800-288-7664.
Thank you. And once you get assigned from your supervisor to investigate a complaint, what is the process that you take to investigate, and specifically how you investigate in a complaint relating to the Chiquita Canyon landfill?
Well, typically, once I'm assigned a complaint, I'll reach out and contact the complainant by telephone fairly quickly to ascertain information as to type of odor. Is the odor occurring right now? And then I would proceed to that location. Typically, I do surveillance of the community and go and respond directly to the complainant's residence. And so that's typically how I get to the location.
Okay. And since the issuance of the order for abatement, which we said was December 16th, 2020, how many total complaints has the South Coast AQMD received alleging Chiquita Canyon as a source?
Approximately between 45 and 50. I might be off by a couple numbers, but it's been less than 50, but more than 45.
Okay. And of those, how many that has South Coast AQMD been able to independently verify?
Well, I myself have verified 14 of those, and I'm going back from the order from mid-December through just a few days ago. That's the total.
Okay. So when you verify a complaint, does that mean you physically go out to the community and you personally detected the odor?
Yes.
Okay, so for complaints that don't get that designation of independently verified, does that mean you necessarily went out to the community and didn't detect the odor?
That's correct.
Okay, so is it possible there are some complaints that you actually don't go out to the community, and so we can't actually say either way whether or not there was an odor? Is that
correct.
a possible solution?
Yeah.
Okay. So when you say you did odor surveillance, I'm going to try and share a map really briefly. So can you see the map on my screen showing roughly the Chiquita Canyon area and the Val Verde community? Just to help orient us, so this map shows the Chiquita Canyon landfill in that red star. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there's a bunch of blue stops that are marked on that map. Do you know what those stops relate to?
Those are the stops that we had recommended for this order for odor surveillance be conducted. And a lot of those stops are how I would conduct odor surveillance or investigate an odor complaint as well.
Okay, so those stops are actually incorporated. They're listed as numbers 1 through 20, and those correspond to what the order as currently lists in condition 1B for stops for community odor surveillance?
That's correct.
Okay, and you said those sort of mirror how you would conduct an investigation is when you were investigating a reported complaint. Is that right?
For the most part, correct.
So your investigations don't go to a single complainant's house, even if you might be responding to a complainant at a specific address. Is that right?
Well, I will go to the individual's house, but I'll also canvass the community and do surveillance outside that specific residential location, correct?
Okay. So about how long, based on your experience with having done and investigated a number of these complaints, about how long might it normally take to conduct a typical route of surveillance that would stop at each of these 20 stops to do an odor surveillance, would you say?
Less than an hour.
Less than an hour? Okay. So you mentioned you had verified a number of complaints. Were there ever any days where more than one complaint was verified on a single day?
Yes.
And can you remind us why, when a complaint is verified of odors, we still haven't issued a notice of violation? Can you explain that?
Well, the compliance policy, district's policy for the issuance of a nuisance violation is 6 or more individual residents or 6 or more individuals at a place of business would need to be verified, and the odors traced back to the source, in this case, Chiquita Canyon landfill. And then the complainants would have to complete what's called a complaint form and sign it and date it with information specific to the date of the verification of the odors. And that's generally the process.
So the fact that there have been no new notices of violation doesn't necessarily mean there's no odors, but it does mean that there have been less than 6 on every day that were verified. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so I want to talk about one of those days as an example where you had verified more than one complaint. Do you record the results when you verify a complaint regularly with the district?
Yes.
Okay. So on January 21st of 2021, which was a little after a month after the order was issued, did you verify complaints on that day?
Yes.
How many complaints were you able to verify?
Well, we had received at least 3 complaints, and all 3 of the complaints were verified. This was in the morning hours.
Okay. And do you know when the first complaint that you verified, when did that complaint come in to the South Coast AQMD?
Looking at my records, approximately 9:50 in the morning. This was Thursday.
Okay. And when were you able to actually get out to the Val Verde community to investigate that complaint?
Within 20 minutes.
Okay. So at a little after 10 a.m., you arrived to investigate the complaint?
Yeah, just after 10:15, correct.
Okay. And without giving any of the addresses, the complaints that you were able to investigate and verify, were they represented by any of these stops that were included on this community odor surveillance?
Yes.
Do you know roughly what stop numbers we would be looking at that would be kind of representative of where the particular residences you were investigating?
I'm looking at the map itself. It would be in the vicinity of stops 3 and 4. And from what I recollect, I think it also might be up near stop number 13 or 11. It's
okay. I'm going to try and give you
this map. Yeah.
A slightly zoomed in map of those same stops. So roughly at around 10:15ish, you were able to verify complaints in the community on January 21st. And they would correspond with at least some of the stops that would be required to investigate under the order for abatement.
Correct.
Okay. And as part of the order for abatement under condition number 2, the facility actually keeps records of every time they do community surveillance, and those logs get sent to you. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did you have a chance to review those logs?
Yes, I have.
And so were you able to compare dates like January 21st when you were actually in the community to the facility's odor surveillance log on the same day?
Yes, I was.
And the facility actually conducted odor surveillance that morning on the 21st under the order, did they not?
They did, yes.
And does their log indicate what time they were roughly in the community, the facility?
Yes, it does.
What time was the facility in the community?
On that day, January 21st, according to the records, they were doing their morning surveillance between 10:19 and 11:07 in the morning.
Okay. And what did they record in terms of an odor intensity at the stops where you were verifying odors?
They did not record any odors.
Okay. Did you notice any other days where of the logs that you reviewed where they were detecting significant odors from the landfill?
Well, in January or February or?
Either of those months, did they record significant odors that were attributed to the landfill in their community surveillance?
Well, for example, in January, there was one entry for a faint trash odor on January 4th. And on January 21st and 23rd and 25th, there were entries of green waste odors or wet green waste odors. And then if you jump to February, there was a faint trash odor entry on February 2nd and February 4th. And green waste odors were noted on February 8th, 9th, and 11th. And my review of the reports, that's what jumped out to me as far as being something that could possibly be related to odors from the landfill.
And they list an intensity for odors anytime they detect them on those reports. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did they use the same scale that you use to detect odors in the community?
Yes.
Okay. And so you've heard from several members of the public that you also ask them whenever you have talked to a complainant, you ask the complainant to assess how they listed the odor intensity on a scale. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you also independently record how you detect the odor intensity?
Yes.
Okay. What was the highest odor intensity that the facility was able to detect that was attributed to that could possibly be the landfill?
The highest reading that I saw recorded was a 2 out of 5, which would be faint.
Okay. What was the complainants that on January 21st, what were they rating the odors as?
From distinct, which would be 3 to 4 strong.
What were you rating it as?
On that date, I was rating it from 2 to 3, so it would be faint to distinct.
And on January 24th, what did the facility rate it as?
Well, the facility had just verified one odor, and that was faint green waste odor. No mention of trash.
Okay. So based on your review of these odor logs, did the district have some concerns about the community odor surveillance?
There are some concerns, yes.
Okay. So I do want to turn to what has been marked as Exhibit D, which is the proposed modifications that the parties have submitted. Did you have a chance to review those?
Yes.
Proposed order? And so I want to, sticking with condition number 1, there are some proposed changes, including a new proposed condition 1A, where the respondent is going to be required to hire a consultant to provide training for employees. And also a new condition that they will receive quarterly refresher training under this new proposed condition 1A. In your opinion, would that give the district a little bit more confidence in assessing the facility conducting these regular odor surveillance?
Yes, I think that would be an excellent thing to add to this order, would be to require them to do that.
Okay. And sticking with the initial order that was entered, you had mentioned as part of your investigation, you go around throughout the community. Do you ever actually go up to the landfill itself?
Yes. And
so you have been to the landfill since the order for abatement was issued in December?
Yes, several times.
And in your observations at the landfill since December, has the facility actually implemented, from your observations, the conditions in the order for abatement?
Yes, they have.
So specifically, have you been able to observe whether or not the EnviroCover alternative daily cover was employed?
Yes.
Okay, and have you ever seen at the landfill where during unfavorable wind conditions, they used a secondary working face?
Yes, I have.
Okay. So in your opinion, then, are they otherwise, to the best of your knowledge, implementing all of the conditions as required under this order for abatement?
I would agree with that. I believe they are.
Okay. Thank you. I believe those are all my questions for Inspector Israel.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it to Mr. Dudzinski and Ms. Morgan for any questions.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Israel. Thank you for taking time out of your Saturday to be with us here today. I just have a few follow-up questions for you, kind of in the same line that Ms. Roberts was asking. So your testimony was that you had verified 14 odor complaints that alleged Chiquita Canyon landfill as the source of the odors. Is that correct?
Since the beginning of December, or middle of December, correct.
And on what dates did you verify those complaints?
Well, two of the dates in particular, the 21st of January and February 8th, there were a few other instances as well. I don't remember the actual dates, but in January and February.
And so how many did you verify on January 21st?
January 21st, I verified 3.
3. And on February 8th, how many did you verify?
On February 8th, there were There were 4 verified in the morning and 3 verified in the evening.
So in total, that's 11, and you're saying that there's 3 others that potentially would have been verified over that period?
Correct.
And so you'd specifically talked about the January 21st date. And it is correct that Chiquita had noted a detection of an odor in the landfill on that date, correct?
Well, they made an entry about green waste. They don't put specifically landfill green waste. It just made a inference for green waste. And that's why I mentioned that.
In your experience, is green waste an odor that could occur from a landfill?
Yes.
And so the other date, well, it was February 8th, correct?
Correct.
And at what time were you in the community conducting your canvass?
On February 8th, we were in the community between 10:30 and 11:30 in the morning.
And you said that some complaints were verified from that evening. At what time in the evening were you in the community?
I was in the evening from about 7:50 p.m. to about 8:30 p.m.
Understood. And so on the February 8th log for Chiquita, there was no identification of an odor, correct?
There were one entry that was for green waste in the evening hours in the community of Valverde on February 8th.
And so when you were out in the community conducting your surveillances on either of these dates, did you see any member of Chiquita's staff out there conducting an odor surveillance?
No, I did not.
And was potentially a silly follow-up question, but I'm assuming then that no landfill staff were with you or were inspecting these alleged odors at the same time that you were.
That's correct.
And so would it be possible that Chiquita could have conducted an odor surveillance either shortly after you or shortly before you and would not have experienced an odor in that location despite that you had verified one in that location?
Well, I don't know if I could say that. I did not see them at that time. I have the times that they were in the community.
Mm-hmm. And so essentially it's not an apples to apples comparison, the odor surveillance logs and your inspection.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Israel, I had a few questions. Can you remind us how long have you been responding to or inspecting around Chiquita Canyon landfill?
I believe the first time I started going out there inspecting was about 1990.
Okay. And so it's fair to say for a long period of time?
Yes.
Would you, based on your experience, which seems vast, the consultant's report, as I read it, was pretty clear that there's a season of more odors and it's late spring through early fall. Would you say that that coincides with your experiences in responding to complaints through the year?
That is correct. I think that's fairly accurate.
Okay. And would you also say, I think you probably testified very extensively about this at the last hearing, but just a quick question, 2020, you would say was a marked increase in odor issues?
It was a significant marked increase in odor complaints.
Okay. Could you compare, do you have enough in front of you or data? Or could you compare this winter's complaints to previous winter complaints?
I would say that this winter is typical. We don't see really an uptake in odor complaints. Being out there, a lot of times there's been a lot of windy conditions, especially winds out of the north, which is consistent with this time of year. The community is located north. They would be upwind from the landfill. We're very unlikely to get odor complaints from Chiquita when we have winds from the north. There have been instances several years ago in the winter months where a certain waste stream was brought in and coupled with some landfill excavation work contributed to a lot of nuisance odors. I believe that was in the month of December. But that's not been the typical. The typical has been we don't see a lot of odor complaints in the winter months, late fall, early winter. This is not usual.
So would you say that the 40 to 50 complaints, 45 to 50 complaints that you testified about and the 14 verified complaints is about average for a winter?
Without looking at the raw data again, I would say that's probably about average. It may be a little bit more this past than in previous years. It's not unusual.
Thank you. And you mentioned just now in response to Mr. Dujinski's questions that on February 8th, there were 7 total verified complaints. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why was there no NOV for that day?
Well, first of all, some of these complaints were duplicates. So the same complainant called in the morning and in the evening. And we had received a total of 9 complaints, with 6 in the morning and 3 in the evening. And the most I was able to verify from different households was 4.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. On any of the days that you identified as you verifying complaints, do you know whether the wind conditions during those complaints or your verification was between the 0 and 5 miles per hour?
Yeah, that is the exact conditions that were on those days.
Okay, and were you able to, on each time you verified a complaint, where the wind conditions were such that they were between 0 and 5 or 1 and 5 at the time, 1 and 5 miles per hour, did you identify that only 50% of the working face was being worked on at that time?
I did visit the landfill and those were my observations.
Okay, and also that, were you able to observe that on each of those occasions that 50% of the trash was being diverted?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, wait, one other question. Do you think that, I know you testified in response to Ms. Roberts' questions that training will help with odor surveillance. What about having a consultant or a third party for some period of time, say a couple of weeks, a month, going on parallel odor surveillance with Chiquita Canyon staff? Would that help in comparing the observations to make sure that they are consistent?
I would agree with that.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Israel. And thank you also on behalf of the board for appearing on a Saturday. Ms. Verdugo-Peralta, you have questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank you, Mr. Israel, for not only coming out today, but all of the other times that you go out on behalf of the AQMD in response to the community. Your work has been duly noted and we do appreciate it. In reference to the times that you have gone out there, have you also witnessed the trash that the other residents have discussed?
Yes.
Is it to the degree that they are telling us that it's pretty bad out there?
Well, I did not see the large accumulation. I've seen photographs. The photographs that I've observed and what I directly observed were not the same because I had gone to after the fact where the landfill has had opportunities to clean up some of those areas. The areas that I've observed trash is off of Chiquita Canyon Road, just south of Lincoln and north of Highway 126. So that mile and a half stretch on the east portion, which is directly below cell 6, I noticed an accumulation of trash. Where I noticed it the most was a heavy accumulation of trash on the surface of the landfill in the direct proximity of cell 5, which is the second disposal deck that the landfill is using to divert trash during the unfavorable wind conditions days. I took quite a bit of photographs of that, and this was about a week ago.
Okay, when that occurs, do you also, is it your responsibility to also notify Chiquita Canyon, or is there another process for that?
Well, Chiquita Canyon obviously is quite aware, but the real agency responsible for management or oversight of that is the local enforcement agency, which would be LA County. I've not personally reached out to them, but that is the agency that would typically address blowing trash within the landfill and outside the footprint of the landfill. And that would be the Los Angeles County Department of Health Services, local enforcement agency, solid waste management group.
Has AQMD ever reported any complaint to any of those agencies
For
that you know of?
in relation to Chiquita Canyon landfill or other
Yes.
sources?
Yes.
I have not done that recently, no.
Well, you say recently, does that mean that it's been done in the past?
Yes.
And was this when it was, well, better yet, tell me how long ago that was.
Well, we used to do joint inspections. Probably, I would go back more than 10 years. I knew the inspector at that time, and very often we would meet up at the landfill. Their focus is on different things than we. It was just we had that kind of relationship back then.
And that no longer exists?
Well, there's been a lot of staffing changes, and so I'm not familiar with who the inspector is now. And we haven't had any direct interaction with them in recent months, especially with the intake of all the, or the uptick in all these complaints. I've been so busy with just dealing with that.
Right. Do you think that it would be a good idea for the joint inspections to start up again?
Well, this was just something that it wasn't a real arrangement that we had. Other landfills, that type of staff is always on the landfill. So whenever I go there, they're there. I don't know what their inspection schedules are. I believe that they fairly frequently inspect the landfill, and I would be surprised that they would not be aware of this and would not be trying to address it or have Chiquita address it directly. That would be very surprising to me.
Mm-hmm. When you do respond to the complainants, do you make them aware of the other agency and even possibly their phone numbers in reference to the trash complaint?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. My other question has to do with your experiences there personally. Have you experienced any of the health effects that are being mentioned by the complainants, such as headaches, nausea, anything like that yourself?
No.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Israel. That's all I had.
Thank you. Mr. Balagopalan has questions.
Yes, Mr. Israel, good to see you again. My questions are mainly on the proposal order, condition 1H. Do you have that in front of you?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Okay, I'll summarize it. Hopefully, I got the date wrong. I apologize earlier when I was asking the public. It was December 16, as Ms. Roberts says, and not September. I kept saying September 16, the last hearing. But anyway, the condition 1H basically require, the facility operator, whoever that's trained, is going to do odor surveillance on the 20 stops, and basically if they detect an odor 3 or greater at any 5 or more locations, then they stop immediately accepting waste in cell 6. That's essentially that the requirement there. I think you mentioned when you respond on when you get a complaint and it's assigned to you on a working day, and you get an email, is the facility, it's not notified, right? That the AQMD.
No, we do notify the facility when we're out investigating.
Right, when you're out investigating, but not, let's say you've got a complaint, you're not out there, and they're doing the surveillance. They have no idea that that there's some complaints have been received that day or a couple hours earlier.
I don't know if I can answer that because the complainant may have contacted the landfill as well. So
right,
I can answer that question.
Okay, that's fair. So the few who appeared today seem to indicate they call the district, it's another landfill, but that's okay. I think in the past we heard they do both. I think you also indicated that it takes about an hour to do all 20 stops, basically, correct? If you were to do that, go through the whole surveillance stops.
Correct.
Now, when you get a complaint and you know the general area, and I think you indicated that the complaint on January 4th was in stop 3 and 4. So you don't do all 20, you just, because you know where exactly, so you go in the general area, the stops, and do the surveillance of that area?
Correct. I try to go to the area where the complainant resides to immediately try to detect the odors that they would be reporting.
And it's possible that, let's say you've done 3 and 4 and you were able to correlate it, but later, when the facility is doing the surveillance, when they were at 3 and 4, they didn't smell anything, or there was, they noted no odor, and then they've gone to 10, 11, 12, 20, but it's possible then something may have happened that 3 and 4 may have some odors, correct?
Correct.
And where I'm getting at is if they were notified somehow, hey, look, there's some complaints been received, even that this day on this area, would that be useful? I'm not trying to make the residents calling complaint to stop operation in that cell 6, but just to have a indication there's something else going on. They may have passed it half an hour, 45 minutes ago, but then it's occurring now because they won't go back again until the afternoon to do the route again, correct?
Yeah, that's a question. Are you suggesting that the district contact the landfill at the time we've received a complaint in a certain location? So if they're doing surveillance, that they can go immediately to the location?
Essentially, but not, maybe something, a simple communication like an email or something, so that you don't, it takes time to call and all that stuff. So that they also aware that there's some district also have, so they may want to pay particular attention to a particular area.
Well, I would hope that they would be as objective as possible. I mean, if they're going through these areas and they're doing an effective job, realizing that these odors can be very transient. Typically, the complainants will tell me that they've been noticing the odors for more than a few minutes.
I'm sorry, say that again. You cut out a little bit, Mr. Israel.
Typically, the complainants will tell me that they won't report odor complaints unless they've noticed the complaint for more than a few minutes. So
Right.
a lot of times when I interview complainants, they'll tell me I've been noticing it for a half hour. I've been noticing it for up to an hour or more. And if the landfill personnel are well trained, they should be able to canvass the community and detect odors. Certainly, I'm not there, obviously, during a lot of the times that these complaints are coming in, especially in the last couple of months. And when I respond or another inspector responds, it might take us a half hour from the time that the complaint was received or from the time that it was dispatched. It could even be longer. And I think there were some residents who were explaining that. But I would think looking at the logs specifically for January and February, what I'm seeing is that the landfill personnel is going into the area typically between 9 and 10, and also after 1 o'clock, a lot of times between 2 and 3. So they're spending an hour in the community. And they should be able to verify odors. It's a little surprising that I'm not seeing that in their log.
Yeah, I think what you fairly characterize is that the community really is the source of information for you. I mean, because you cannot be there at all times, or the inspectors doing surveillance or being inspecting the landfill. So you depend on the community to inform you if there's a problem, right?
Well, that's correct. The way the rules are, regulations are, is nuisances from affecting the community. If the source is documenting odors, well, that's okay, but we're not getting complaints about it. So typically we're not going to be there responding unless somebody contacts us and says, hey, this odor is bothering me enough, I want to file a complaint.
Right. I'm just saying, asking the question in your opinion, and you've been doing this for many years, so, value your input on this, that there's value in for you, I'm sure any inspector, when you get the complaints from the community, but would there be same value added for the facility in knowing that also in a timely manner while they're doing their surveillance?
Well, I wouldn't disagree with that. If they knew at the same time, they would be able to respond and verify and probably initiate corrective measures and make efforts to identify immediately. I mean, in a perfect world, that would be great.
Right. And yet, in the current situation, in your opinion, how can that happen unless there's a notification sent directly to, or you forward an email, or the inspector forwards an email to somebody at the landfill, correct? But then you get too much, and I know there's information that you get that gives the street address, and that has to be redacted, and that can be a challenge and all that.
Correct.
Okay. No, that helps. Thank you for that response. I did notice in some of the conditions that you were notified, or they were required to notify you. I only noticed that only one instance of the reporting that Harry Moon, the engineer, has been notified. It's a little concerned that the engineer has been not notified on some of the other reporting that's coming on, because I think would you agree that the engineers also need to know the SOPs and any updates and whatever they found?
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah.
I don't know if I could answer that. Whether the engineer, what specific relevancy, what are you asking?
Oh, yeah, okay, let's take a condition. I'll go very specific to condition number. Actually, I'll take the last one first, because I was so only the attorneys will be notified on this particular, and this is condition, and I know you don't have it, but let me, it's 32B, which is the review of the metadata, and it says only submitted to Ms. Roberts and Ms. Reichert. not to you, not to the engineer, so I'm wondering, and then there are other conditions also where you're notified, but not Mr. Moon, the engineer, basically, So I'm wondering if they are, and I go through each of this, but I'm wondering why the engineer has been left out, in the notification.
That might be a question more for Ms. Roberts or the.
Yeah, and I was just wondering if if there's, because Mrs. Israel, you work closely with the engineering team, correct?
Well, I work closely, yes.
Yeah, okay. And if the more they inform, the better it is for you to communicate with them and so forth.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Mr. Israel, for your service for 30 plus years in the toxic group.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, if I may ask a couple of questions that I think that might clarify some of Mr. Israel's testimony in response.
Yeah, why don't you do that now, and then I'll see if other board members have questions.
Thank you. So, Mr. Israel, just picking up off Vice Chair Balagopalan's questions, we don't typically have a standard procedure of when we notify a landfill as soon as a complaint comes in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
But when you conduct investigations, do you ever notify the landfill that we have received complaints that you verified?
Yes.
And so you're in regular contact with the landfill about complaints being received on the day that they are investigated at the time?
That's correct.
And just in general, with respect to Chiquita Canyon landfill, have you ever heard from complainants that they might have some concerns about directly sharing information with the landfill itself rather than talking to us as an intermediary?
There may have been in the past. I haven't heard anything of recent about that. In the past, I have.
And in general, when complainants request, do we keep their any of their information that is shared with the district confidential and anonymous?
That is correct. The information that I would typically give is the street names and intersections. I don't give specific addresses. I have not.
Okay. And addressing some of his other questions, in preparation for this case, when certain information is received perhaps only to the attorneys, is it shared amongst other relevant employees as necessary for you to conduct your review, or perhaps other employees on
Yes.
staff?
Yes.
Yeah. So is that more of a coordinating approach as to who it gets sent to, rather than those are the only staff members at the district who will ever see that information?
No, it's more for coordinating.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Board members, additional questions for Mr. Israel? Senator Holden has questions.
Mr. Israel, when you began your testimony, you talked about the fact that there are roughly 45, maybe less, from 45 to 50, less than 50 complaints called in since December 16th. And 14 were verified by you.
Correct.
Part of this process for the specific locations, 1 through 20, did you identify the verified complaints that would be associated with those stops?
Yes.
You have that logged in someplace?
Well, I generate a report, and the report is specific to each report, or each complaint has an individual report generated. So their address and information is contained in that report. And so when I go out and investigate, if I'm verifying or I verified at that complaint location, I don't put in the report, it's stop number 15 or stop number 12. But that information can be inferred from the address of the complainant.
The facility, Canyon personnel, have they verified, confirmed any of the verifications that you discover during the complaints?
The landfill has confirmed odors at various stops on some days. Typically, green waste odors, there may have been one entry for trash, but there are other odors that they've noted that are not landfill related. Is that what you're asking, or?
Or whether or not they confirm your verification, the ones that you verified, did they verify?
No.
How many complaints, to your knowledge, how many complaints have they verified when the complaints made regarding the landfill?
When we verified what they verified on
to your knowledge, when they verify a complaint, do they share that information with you?
Yeah, it's in the logs.
Okay, I don't have the logs, but my question to you then, if you can recall, how many such complaints have they verified since December 16 and reported it to you?
Well, what's reporting to me, reporting in the log.
That you can recall.
Yeah, there's been a few. I don't have an exact number or anything like that. But they've made reference in January on a few instances and in February that they've been noticing either trash or green waste odors, but not on the days that I verified.
Different times.
Correct.
And even though you verified 14 complaints, you've been unable to issue an NOV.
That's correct.
What's the most number of complaints that you verified in a given time period where NOV could have been issued if you had 6?
The most number was 4, and that was on February 8th in the morning.
Do you recall the climate, the weather, hot, cold, wind blowing, et cetera, on February 8th?
Well, I don't recall exactly the temperature outside, but it was clear and sunny, and the winds were from the south-southeast, the direction of the landfill, meaning that the community was downwind from the source of odors.
Downwind would realize more complaints and more high elevation of odor than up.
Well, meaning that the wind is traveling from the odor source down or carrying the odors down to the community. That's what I mean. So the winds are from the south-southeast.
So the wind is so much intensified at that specific location.
No, I would say that the winds were probably less than 5 miles per hour. So they were what's considered the unfavorable conditions. So that would mean that the landfill would have to reduce the working phase size and relocate to another area on the landfill, which they did.
So it would make it very difficult, I guess, to verify more than 4 complaints or 6 as required when you have that wind blowing at that level of downstream.
No, I wouldn't say that, because so many of the violations that I issued in the summer and early fall were in wind conditions like this. There could be other reasons. We didn't have enough people who went out and experienced the odors. Maybe people were away. It wasn't from the lack of number, the lack of different households, I should say, is we just only had 4 residents that called that morning that we had verified odors. There was a total of 6 that were received in the morning. 2 were not verified.
You stated earlier in your testimony that you did 2 things when you received a complaint. You can do a surveillance of the area, and then you go to the person who filed a complaint, or you go, or vice versa. Which is the case?
No, I always do surveillance. When I do surveillance, I'm coming into the community and making stops beforehand to note odors. And then I go directly to the residents. If I get an odor complaint dispatched to me, I try to get to that location to the resident as soon as possible. And in so doing, a lot of these stops are in the immediate vicinity of that resident. So it kind of goes hand in hand, but I want to get to that location as soon as possible before the odor dissipates so I can confirm.
Has it occurred to you that when you perform your surveillance, by the time you get to where the person lives, the odor could have dissipated somewhat at 5 miles per hour? And therefore, you would have to count 6 people.
Absolutely. Senator, believe me, if these 6 people who called, let's say on the morning of February 8th, they're experiencing odors. We just didn't get out there, or I just didn't get out there to all 6 locations quick enough to verify. And that happens. And that's the bottom line. It does happen.
To your knowledge, have you realized or felt that there's a upset or hostile complainant by the time you get there? If there's no NOV, big fire.
People are upset for a lot of reasons. They're upset that they're experiencing the odors, more so than anything. If a public nuisance is verified, I think for somebody to call in and say, hey, I smelled a strong odor at 9 o'clock. You got here at 10 o'clock and you didn't smell anything. When we get there and we verify, there's sort of a vindication, an affirmation. Hey, see, we're not crazy. We did smell this and you verified it. We do the best we can from what we have. It's not perfect. We've had a lot of reduction in staff. We try to get out there as timely as we can. It's never a perfect system. We do the best we can with what we have. And we'll continue to do so.
If the temperature varies and the wind level varies, then of course, the intensity of the odor could be dissipated in a short time.
Yes.
By the time you get there, although if the complaint is called in 2 or 3 hours earlier, it's possible that it is. By the time you get there, you won't smell it. Won't be as intensified.
Right. But if you remember from my testimony during the first hearing, we were in the community every day, even before these odor complaints were coming in. So we were there experiencing the intensity that the residents were, and the 18 notices of violation, the majority of which I wrote or issued, is verification that was the case. During these winter months, the winds have been much more unpredictable, and we're not seeing the numbers that we did before. And so that we don't see the same kind of pattern. That could change. We hope it doesn't, but it could change as we get towards the spring and summer.
Just mentioned at a period of time, you said, use the term we were in the area and made a determination to issue NOVs because there were a lot of violations. What do you mean by we? How many people were with you?
Well, the last several times I've had another inspector because I'm training somebody as a backup if I'm not available. So we will coordinate in caravan to each of these locations. That's happened a couple times in this past 2 months.
All right, the final question that was asked of you, whether or not the Canyon personnel has implemented the conditions that were specified or agreed to in December. And you said, to the best of your opinion, yes, they've been. That's the case, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then the people who live in the area who still have problems, when you think that they were saying those conditions are not necessarily fixing the problem?
Well, that's why we're here, to give you a progress update, to maybe add more things that we think might be more beneficial. It is still a work in progress, and it was a first step. Now we're moving into additional steps, and we'll just have to see how things are going to work out, especially as we get towards the critical spring and summer months.
So, question, do you have some ideas that might be incorporated in those conditions? And if so, are you prepared to share them with us?
Senator, we do have.
Ask him what he said.
Okay, but we do have the modified stipulated order as based on the expert report.
I understand what I mean. Madam Chair, let him answer the question, please. Does he have any ideas he want to share with us? He suggested that he would. I want to know, is that a yes? Please don't interrupt him. Let him answer yes or no.
Well, everything you're going to be presented with, that ideas that AQMD staff has put together based upon our review of the consultant's report and the information that we have. So you'll be receiving that forthcoming today.
Did you participate in the forthcoming recommendations for fix?
I participated in a number of them, yes.
All right. I guess you don't want to answer more. Go ahead. Forget it. It's all right.
I'm sorry, but Senator, all I wanted to point out was that the fixes that are recommended by district and Chiquita Canyon are in the red line and clean version of the proposed modified order. I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah, but let me point out the fact that the district personnel, except for Mr. Israel, have not been visible in that area where the problem exists, and whatever recommendations are to be made should be referred to Mr. Israel, so he can decide yes, good or bad, or whatever the case may be. So he would have a bit more hands-on in terms of establishing a fix for the problem than some guy sitting behind a desk here at the district.
Okay, it wasn't someone sitting behind the desk at the district. It's an independent, who we're going to hear from.
I know, but if you let me complete my line of questions sometime, I can get to the bottom of it. But if you interject as I'm going through the process, it doesn't help the situation at all.
Sorry, Senator, I did not interject. I simply was letting you know it's coming. But if you'd like, as you said, you've asked Mr. Israel. Mr. Israel said he was part of the process. Perhaps a good question would be, does Mr. Israel agree with what is being proposed? Would that be the question you wanted to ask, Senator?
No, I framed my questions. You frame yours, and let him answer the question that you just proposed. Let him answer it. Because I was not going to ask that question.
Okay, I wasn't interrupting you, Senator.
I was involved in the process, and I'm in agreement with the conditions that are proposed. And hopefully that will help in resolving these odor issues even more so.
I think the answer is relevant and the question was relevant, and I hope to have asked it 30 seconds ago. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Israel.
Thank you, Senator. And as always, I allowed you to ask every single one of your questions. I merely made a point. That was all. Okay, any other questions from board members? Any other questions, board members?
Yes. I don't see Dr. Bernstein.
We lose Dr. Bernstein. Okay. Let's take a really quick break and try to find Dr. Bernstein, and in particular when we might have dropped him. Okay, let's take a break. I'm sorry. Ms. Diaz, could you try to see if you can get in contact with Dr. Bernstein?
Sure.
I think I need a break too. I think let's take a 10-minute break and see if we get Dr. Bernstein back. I'd like to take a 10-minute break to 5 of. Thank you. I still don't see Dr. Bernstein, so I don't know if the clerk's office was able to get in touch with him.
Faye was able to, and he indicated that his computer started to update.
Oh,
Yeah, and it was too, it was too late for him to, he didn't get it in time to tell it not to.
can he call on his phone for now until it updates?
What time were we due back, Julie?
Now.
Now, okay. We'll let him know. He didn't think it was too much longer that it was, it had to go.
Right, except, it is a Saturday and we
This is
do have
this
a
is
lot.
Faye. This is Faye.
Hi,
So I
Faye.
just got off the phone with Dr. Bernstein and his computer is still updating. So he's just gonna call in.
Thank you. And he can try doing, I think what I had suggested to someone else not that long ago to try doing Zoom on his phone if he has.
Yeah, that's what he's gonna do right now. He's gonna call in.
Okay, great.
Okay.
And when we go back on, I'll suggest that he make anything up during our lunch time.
Looking for him in attendees, Madam Chair.
Phone number should be ending, I think.
Is it 949?
Yes, it's a 949 area.
There we go.
Okay.
Here we go. He's unmuted now.
Okay,
Dr. Bernstein.
You have to unmute yourself, which is *6.
Hello.
Okay, wonderful. Dr. Bernstein.
Sorry about that.
Sorry we didn't notice that you were missing.
Yeah, 3 minutes.
Okay, wonderful. And you can just go back during lunch and just take a look and during the webcast at whatever 3 minutes you may have missed.
Sure.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, so I'm going to mute you unless, do you have any questions for Mr. Israel?
No, ma'am.
Okay, then I'm going to mute you and just you unmute yourself if you need to be heard. Okay, Dr. Bernstein?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Bernstein is muted, but he is back. I want to make sure I give an opportunity to Senator Holden. If there's any other questions that you had that you didn't get to ask, please do so now.
Oh, well, I'm trying. Okay. Mr. Israel, can you hear me?
Yes.
Did you participate in the recommendations that will subsequently be made today regarding modification of the order?
Yes.
Okay, I want you to understand that my line of questioning was based on the fact that what you would tell me, the way you would respond to my question would give me some idea and make a comparative analysis when the recommendations for modification are made to me. From my standpoint, these are things that I need to know. I have not read the recommendations, so I don't know what they are. Maybe Madam President have, I don't know.
You
Anyway,
should, Senator, you should have them. They were sent to all members of the board.
when?
Member.
They were mailed, priority mail. They were also sent by email. And the modified, the redlined and clean versions of the proposed modifications were also sent.
It's a lot of paper. I've not gone through all of it. Anyway, carry
Perhaps
on.
perhaps on a break, you should do that. That would be, and I think that once and I guess my whole point had been that the Chiquita Canyon is going to have witnesses who are going to testify as to the results. So you will hear more about it, but I would suggest that we all take a quick look at it ourselves.
When they come aboard, I'll ask them about the lack of verification of the problem associated area as it relates to odor. We got 14, they got none. Thank you.
Yes, definitely hold that question for that. Any other questions for Mr. Israel? Okay. Anyone else have any questions for Mr. Israel? Okay, thank you, Mr. Israel, once again, for taking the time on a Saturday and, as everyone else has said, for your service to the community and the district. Okay, so Ms. Roberts, you had mentioned that you have another witness in case there were questions from the board. Should we wait and go to Chiquita Canyon witnesses? And then if we have remaining questions, we can ask the district?
Yes, that's a fair idea.
Okay, then I'm going to turn Mr. Dziedzynski to you and ask if you want to introduce your first witness for today.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have one quick point of clarification. I understand from earlier that we might need to take a break around 12:30. Is that right?
We are, the senator had contacted me before the hearing to let me know that he may need some emergency work done in his house between 12:30 and 2:30. So we're gonna break no later than 1, but let's see if he receives that emergency verification before that. So sometime between 12:30 and 1.
Okay.
12:30 and 2 o'clock. They will notify me when they will be arriving. And that's,
Oh.
so it's gonna be, I'll be gone for the rest of the day after that point.
Oh.
We'll
Will
try
you
and
not be able to complete the hearing today, Senator?
Oh, I'll do the best I can.
Okay. All right, because you know that you can't be part of the vote if you're not here for the whole.
I understand.
Okay, well, I guess we'll take that by ear, play that by ear. Okay. So Mr. Dziedzynski, I would think that we would probably break sometime between 12:30 and 1.
Okay. We'll start with Mr. Steve Casulo. Can you hear me, Steve?
I can.
Did you take the oath this morning?
I did.
And can you state and spell your name for the record?
Stephen Casulo, STEVEN CASSULO.
And so just to remind the board, can you describe a little bit of your background at Chiquita and your role there?
Yeah, I've been at Chiquita for 10 years. Started out as an assistant district manager. I am now the district manager as of 2015. I oversee all things Chiquita Canyon, as far as compliance, revenue, customer relations, everything that goes on there. I am the buck stops here guy.
Understood. And so you've been living and breathing the stipulated order that was just adopted in December of last year. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes, we have.
And so that particular order contained numerous conditions related to, as we've discussed earlier this morning, odor surveillance, as well as diversion of waste away from cell 6 during, unfavorable wind condition time periods, as well as some community outreach measures. Can you kind of discuss generally how Chiquita has adopted or adapted its practices to align with the order?
Yeah, obviously there's a lot to do right away, but we did get it all going. The community's odor surveillance is twice a day. We basically have been looking at all kinds of wind directions and wind patterns, continuously monitoring the wind throughout the day and looking at forecasts for the next day. As we go through this and describe what's been going on, obviously there's been about 26 days, as Larry has kind of mentioned, we have had working faces in 2 different locations. That were about 26 days that we've done that since December 16th, which we would call the unfavorable wind conditions by requiring us to split the operations. We also have got the Enviro cover started on time, and it is working in cell 6 as a alternative daily cover there. And we basically have implemented all conditions except for one. We're still waiting for some permits from AQMD for the orchard fans with the misters on them. And other than that, we're doing everything we can for this order.
Understood. And, generally what has compliance been like in that time frame? Mr. Israel discussed a a number of verified complaints. But my understanding is that Chiquita hasn't received any NOVs during this time period.
Yeah, that's correct. We haven't received any NOVs, and we've, we believe that there was at one point, I think when we were talking, we've only received 8 notified verified complaints, but I guess there's been 14. We don't necessarily get every single one, and we're not aware of every single one, but I believe Larry, if that's what he says.
And so, that's kind of the first condition of the order is the odor surveillance program. And, a lot of the testimony we heard earlier today was with regards to, when AQMD may receive complaints and when Chiquita may get that information. Do you know about how often Larry notifies you when he's received a complaint or when he's gone out and verified?
Most of the time, we don't get anything from Larry if it's not verified. We do get verified complaints most of the time. But like I said, I wasn't aware of 14 being the number. I was aware of 8. But as far as non-verified complaints, usually we don't hear anything from Larry.
Can I just interrupt for one moment? Mr. Kasua, can you please restate your title? I don't believe that the clerk got that down.
I am the district manager for Chiquita Canyon Landfill.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And so based upon Mr. Israel's testimony, there was about 45 to 50 complaints lodged over this time period. There was about 14 verified complaints. Even assuming that Mr. Israel had notified you of every single verified complaint when it came in, that still leaves about, between 30 and 35 complaints that Chiquita was never made aware of. Does that sound right?
That sounds right.
Understood. And so with regards to Chiquita's implementation of the program, the current order requires that Chiquita conduct odor surveillance twice a day. You're stopping at various locations while you're on that odor surveillance. How has that been going generally?
We're learning as we go, obviously, and I think it's 2 times a day, Monday through Saturday, every day that we're open. We're getting out into the neighborhood. We're stopping at the 20 locations that they notified us at. We're doing things such as getting a wind meter out, checking wind speeds at those locations while we're outside of our vehicle. We've also come up with a way of detecting actual wind direction by just using a what you would say a ribbon of certain type, sometimes 6 to 8 inches long. Hold that thing up in the air, and it gives you the direction of the wind. So we're a little bit more accurate than just trying to guess, where northeast, southwest is, kind of thing. So we've got out there, and we're getting better and better at doing what we're doing. We're also looking into trying to improve the process, and that's why the agreement came up about getting some professional help to get out there and kind of teach us a little bit more about what AQMD may do. But all of this information and all the logs and everything that we put down on the documents have been submitted to AQMD, and they're also posted on the Chiquita Canyon website.
Understood. And do you think it would inform practices a little bit better if Chiquita were to get complaint information from AQMD as soon as AQMD receives it?
It does. It would definitely help. I mean, every landfill, I think that you'd ask that question to would say, if we know when the complaints are coming in, it was going to very help us to fix or change any operations that we may have, in the future. So yes, I think that's super important.
And would you need to know the identity of the complainants or their address? Would that be necessary information?
No, I mean, if they just said that there's an odor in Valverde is enough for us, really, because Valverde is a very small community in a very small valley. It's obviously, if something's going that direction, we need to know that, and we can then jump on what needs to be done and start doing our research.
Understood. And so kind of moving away from the odor surveillance conditions, you discussed a little bit about diverting the working face to an area outside of cell 6. I think you'd mentioned that Chiquita's done that on roughly 26 days over this period. Can you explain a little bit how Chiquita has been implementing that particular practice?
Yeah, we adopted that pretty quickly. Not much issues. Our guys are real flexible as far as moving the location. It's under, the condition is set up where it's unfavorable wind conditions. So we're projecting these wind conditions. We're looking at the projections in advance. We're moving our 50% of the waste up into another area that's a little bit more protected outside of cell 6, an hour, if not more, before these unprojected winds are going to come, or these unfavorable winds are coming. We're looking at meteorological data all day long. We have wind directional flags posted all over the landfill right now, so that not only we can see things on the meteorological stations, but the operators up on the working face are actually looking at it and making sure that they're reducing the working face down to the sizes that were required or smaller. You know, there's a 50% per the CUP or a 70% size reduction in our working face, and we're trying to keep it even smaller than that if necessary. Again, we've had 26 days out of the 90 plus days or so that we've been in this order, that we've been open, that we've had to divert trash into different locations. And it's gone really well as far as that goes.
And so you mentioned that, you know, Chiquita is required to maintain a certain working face size depending upon wind conditions at the landfill. How is Chiquita measuring to make sure that it stays within those parameters?
We're physically going out and measuring it. I mean, we have a working supervisor that's out there, you know, 3-4 times a day if necessary, measuring the working face, and we're documenting the largest working face that we've ever had during that time period in the day. So that's what's being documented. And of course, everything that we have as far as that goes into a log. And if AQMD needs to see that, they're able to see that. But it's physically going out and measuring the working faces. So we know we're either 70% or less, and when we're in cell 6, and when we have a split operation, we know that we're 50% or less than what's required by the CUP.
And so has that required some periodic cover operations at times where you're kind of covering material earlier in the day than you otherwise would?
Yeah, absolutely. We're covering throughout the day. Normally on normal operations where we've been in the past is, you know, you start your cover operations near the end of the day and you close it up after everything's done and no more customers are coming in. What we are doing now is covering throughout the day. Sometimes it's 8 o'clock, sometimes it's 9 o'clock. Sometimes it's multiple times during the day that we're covering as we go. So as we make grade, or if we get up to an area that we're basically filled up to, we're already applying the cover material for that day, and then moving over just slightly. That way we can keep the working face very small. We keep the exposed trash very small, in conjunction with what we have in this order.
And so there are a few other conditions related to cover, you know, conditions 5 through 7 related to Chiquita's use of tarp covers and required the use of those. How has that particular process been implemented?
It's going very well, and we're using the tarps in the other areas outside of cell 6. We're applying odor neutralizer to the trash prior to pulling the covers over the top of it, and then we apply the odor neutralizer after the tarps are removed in the morning. You know, obviously on Saturday we do a full cover with dirt. We're not allowed to use tarps for that point in time, but during the week we are using the tarps for that.
Is someone inspecting those tarps as required under the order?
We are on a daily basis. We're inspecting them. We're logging it. We're sending the logs to AQMD, and we're adding that to our website also for anybody to see the log inspection.
And so the stipulated order, as it stands today, also had some requirements related to dispersion fans and other type of odor neutralization technology. It's conditions 8 through 9 that requires that Chiquita, you know, use these particular fans during unfavorable wind conditions. How has that process been going?
It's really good. We have the odor neutralizer on all the fans that we have now. Now the fans that we have are obviously a little smaller than the orchard fans that we put the application in for to the AQMD. And as soon as we get the permit back from them, we're gonna get those orchard fans out and moving also, which are much bigger and much better fans in my opinion.
And so when did you submit the application to AQMD for the Tier 4 engines?
December 23rd.
Okay. And then there's also some conditions. I think these are conditions 10 through 12 in the stipulated order requiring that Chiquita continue to retain a consultant responsible for the landfill gas collection system, inspecting, monitoring, making recommendations to Chiquita about ways to improve that particular system. How's that been working out?
Yeah, as required, the consultant that we've been using regularly, even before this, has been on board. They're very aware of our landfill. They're very in tune with our gas collection system. They're very, I would like to call them independent. We give them a lot of leeway to make the corrections on the spot if necessary. Anything that's a little bit more time consuming, obviously they're getting with us, and we're consulting with them and making sure that everything is in the line of let's make it right kind of thing. And we have those conversations, and then we allow them to do that work. So they have a lot of latitude when it comes to doing this stuff. They also produce logs for us at the end of each month on all the work that they have done. Those logs are also on our website and get submitted to the AQMD.
And so has that particular consultant identified any larger work that they are either recommending to you or working on with you in order to improve the system?
Yeah, there's always things that are going to come up in a landfill. Landfill is constantly growing, and it's constantly getting new gas wells or horizontal construction wells, and improving gas lines, or expanding them. Sometimes it's an 18-inch line. Sometimes it needs to be increased because of the volume of gas that we're getting. So we go up to a 20-inch line. So yeah, there's some major projects in the future that we have lined up right now.
Understood. And so you mentioned earlier when we were talking about cover operations and how Chiquita's using tarp covers in areas outside of Cell 6. What's the cover material that's being used at Cell 6 right now?
The ADC that we're using now is from the EnviroCover. We got the final approval on January 8th from the LEA and from the county to be able to use this EnviroCover, which is like a bisqueen type material that goes over the top of the trash for the nightly. It doesn't get removed in the morning. Trash can go right over the top of it, and it eventually just decomposes right there through the trash. So it doesn't cause any problems with trash to trash contact or gas flow or leachate flow inside the landfill after it is all covered up. But yeah, we have been using that. We got it up and running on February 2nd to bring us into full compliance with the order.
And so this is a wholly new type of cover material for Chiquita. I'm sure there's a little bit of a learning curve. What's your assessment of it so far under the order?
Yeah, luckily we have an operator that's used it at another landfill, and he works in our afternoon shift, so very aware of it. We got the actual manufacturer for the company to come out and give the rest of the guys some training. With his background and his training and ongoing relationships with the guys, I mean, he's got them using it every day. It's working great. There's little tweaks to it. Obviously, you got to get dirt down there, but at the same time, the guys that used to just be hauling dirt to the working face, they're getting off a little bit earlier now that they don't have to do the full cover with that, and we're able to use this machine.
Well, I'm sure they enjoy that. And so while we're on cover, there's also some conditions within the order related to inspection of intermediate cover. That'd be conditions 14 and 15, which requires, Chiquita to, on a weekly basis, inspect this particular type of cover at the landfill. Can you remind the board a little bit of what intermediate cover is and perhaps describe a little bit of how those inspections are conducted?
Yeah, let me start by describing daily cover. So if you use dirt for a daily cover, it needs to be 6 inches of compacted soil on top of the trash. An intermediate cover is 12 inches of compacted soil over the top of the trash. So when we're working in an area that we're going to be in for more than 90 to 100 days or so, we normally just put the 6 inches of cover over the top of it, because we're going to be going right back over into those areas and going on top of it again. The areas outside of that, up to 180 days or so, need to be covered with the 1 foot of dirt over the top of it. 80 to 90% of our landfill is probably covered with intermediate soil at this point in time. And it's required to inspect it. I mean, we respect, kind of do this on an ongoing basis anyway, but with the order, now it's a little bit more formalized. We have to document it and put it in a log. But it's sometimes it's daily that we do it, but it's required weekly by the log. to go around and check and make sure that the landfill is fully covered at all times. You're looking for cracks, you're looking for settlement, you're looking for all those type of things that could cause anything to release gases out of the landfill.
And so during the course of those inspections, did Chiquita ever notice anything that needed repairs?
We did. We had a small crack, kind of an erosion that we found on one slope, and within the same day, we had dirt placed up over the top of that and recompacted down to seal it back up.
And about, I think you said 80 to 90% of the landfill is covered in this type of intermediate cover material. About how many acres is that?
Well, we have two closed landfills that have 4 to 5 feet of dirt over the top of them. That's a final cover. The intermediate cover on the main area that's still active is probably in the 260 to 270 acre range.
So it's a lot of area to cover in these weekly inspections, but it sounds like it's been going well.
Yeah, there's a lot of benches that we build on the landfill, so it's just a matter of driving the whole perimeter and getting up on these benches and going all the way around. It's kind of a routine inspection kind of thing that we do on a normal basis, but it's always necessary. Any landfill operations will do the same thing.
And so moving a little bit away from the operational issues and things that you've addressed in implementing the order, there are a couple of other requirements of the order, which were to have Chiquita update its website, include a whole section dedicated to odor mitigation, and to include some things on that. Do you know about when Chiquita updated its website and implemented that portion of the order?
Yeah, we were actually kind of working on our website before this to update it. And so we got this and the updates done on January 6th, 2021. Everything that is required by the stipulated order is on the website, including, meetings scheduled, anything that we submit to the AQMD, the logs, any of that type of information.
And so that would include things like the consultant report that we'll be talking about a little bit later today, correct?
Absolutely, yeah, that's on there too.
Yeah, and so if anybody wants to go find that and they can't figure out AQMD's website, like I sometimes can't, you're welcome to go see Chiquita's website and find it there. And so another portion of the order required that Chiquita conduct, these monthly meetings, at least an hour-long monthly meeting each month. And we heard some testimony from some folks that they perhaps attended these meetings. Have you been conducting these meetings?
Yes, we have. We've had what we call our town hall meeting on January 19th, and we had their second one on February 8th. Our next town hall meeting is going to be March 22nd at 6 p.m. Again, there's a link available since we're doing it via Zoom. There's a link available on our website. You just have to kind of find the stipulated order tab, and you can scroll down to look at meeting updates.
And so has there been any attendance at these meetings so far from the public?
No, we've had nobody come on to these calls at all.
And so typically what's been the subject matter of the presentations during those meetings?
We put together a PowerPoint and we talk about everything that has to do with this order. Where we started, what we're doing now currently, and what we're going to be doing in the future. It's just basically an update for everybody to understand and realize all the work that we've been doing. At the same time, it gives them a chance to ask any questions, bring up any concerns that they may have, things like that. But again, so far it's just been us doing a presentation.
And so at what time of day have you been having these meetings?
Both the January and February meetings are on during the weekday at 6 p.m.
And so unfortunately, no public attendance at those particular meetings. However, we do have a proposed modification to the order requiring that materials that are prepared for those meetings get posted on Chiquita's website. Do you think that might help give some visibility to the public as to what Chiquita is continuing to do to implement this order?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the updates that we're trying to give to the community are on this Zoom call. And right now that's all there is. So by either, posting our PowerPoint or recording the Zoom itself. If people want to go back and take a look at it and get an update, they can do it on their own time. So I understand that.
And so, a part of the testimony that we heard today was that, some folks are a bit reluctant to contact the landfill for whatever reason they may have for that. I think Mr. House had testified that he was told by the landfill just not to contact you guys. Did anyone at the landfill ever tell Mr. House that?
No, not in those words. What it was me that told Mr. House that the color that he uses and the language that he uses to us to complain about these things, I wish that he would, kind of leave off. We appreciate the complaint and the information, but I just didn't appreciate the color that he gave us. And that's what I asked him to try and refrain from doing.
And so, moving forward, it seems that Chiquita is open to receiving any types of complaints from the public. There was a lot of testimony this morning about, potential blowing trash and things of that nature. Would Chiquita want to be notified from the public if such concerns and folks are experiencing those types of conditions out in the community?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that there's been a misconception on that kind of stuff. We're not out to get anybody. We want to try and fix this problem. We want to be part of the solution. And the more information that we can get, the better. And the sooner the information we can get, the better. Obviously we heard the community about the odor in the past. We're not hearing that anymore. They're going directly to AQMD. And today we did hear the concerns about the litter. We are aware of it. We're working with the LEA and we're working with the Department of Regional Planning and Public Works private inspector that comes out. It's an agency that they hired on, third party to come out, and they too are aware of the litter and the concerns that might be out there. We deploy 20 to 30 people a day when those conditions come up to get and pick those litter out of there. Most of it's on our site, most of it's on our property. Some of it gets over the top of the edge of the ridge lines, but by all means, we don't take that lightly. We try and run a clean operation as far as that goes.
Understood. And so it looks like, Chiquita wants to address that problem. Would that be a fair characterization?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we want to address all these problems. That's why we're here today.
And so one of the things moving forward to address any potential problem was the last portion of the order, at least the last substantive portion of the order, was the preparation of the consultant report that we'll be hearing about a little bit later today. Who did you retain to do that work?
SCS engineers, and in conjunction with Blue Ridge are the two consultants that we have on board. SCS being more the air experts and Blue Ridge a little bit more of the operational experts. We figured it would be a perfect fit to figure this thing out and to get the best recommendations that we could.
And so is Chiquita in a position to commit to implementing the recommendations coming out of the consultant report?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we appreciate the input. There's a lot of things here that I believe will really help the matters going into what we call the danger zone, right? September, now through September, October, getting into the spring and summer months, like everybody's been mentioning. So we're absolutely gonna, incorporate everything we can into this.
I'm just going to pause there, Steve. Okay, my apologies. I thought maybe we lost somebody. It doesn't look like we did. And so, one of the recommendations coming out of the consultant report is really to concentrate efforts on odorous loads. Do you agree with that recommendation?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is the key to this whole thing. If we can get to that point and get it dialed in the way that we think we can, I think we're going to be doing a lot better off than what we did last summer for sure.
And so another one of those recommendations is to, appoint an odor control supervisor whose primary, if not sole job, will be to oversee implementation of sort of an odor control program as dictated by the order. How would you foresee that type of process playing out?
I agree that we need somebody to do this job, and it's super important to have that knowledge, and get that training done so that this person is completely on board with everything that the consultants are recommending, understanding where the consultants are coming from. You know, obviously this person's got some background at the landfill already, so it's going to help. But I see it as, you know, we're going to be retaining a consultant to assist and to train this person and then train our staff as necessary and all the procedures and protocols. You know, having an expert to assist with this kind of stuff is very important. You know, we want to make sure that we get it and everything that's being proposed in their order, that we're doing and doing the best of our ability, just to make sure that we're protecting the neighborhood around us.
And so I think I have no further questions for Mr. Casulo.
Thank you. I'm gonna have Ms. Roberts ask questions, and then I think maybe we'll break for lunch, knowing that I apparently understood it incorrectly, that it's not that the senator will be gone between 12:30 and 2:30. It's later on. So we'll take our lunch after that. But Ms. Roberts, any questions for Mr. Casulo?
Thank you. Mr. Casulo, thank you for coming today and providing your testimony. We certainly appreciate it. And thank you for your efforts for doing everything so far to get this order working. We appreciate it. I want to start kind of with the website that you kind of walked through with Mr. Jaginski. And at the top, you noted that you do have that number for AQMD to file complaints. You also have Chiquita Canyon's number. Is that right?
Yes, we do.
Is Chiquita Canyon's number where you guys accept complaints from the public, is that limited to just air quality, or is that a number for anything to do with the landfill?
It's anything that they want to put on there. If they want to just call and ask for information, they can do that. It's an automated service where somebody will answer the phone and take down your message. It's, you know, you could call directly to the landfill, but the number that we have on there is one of those services. As soon as they get the call, I get a text message within a minute afterwards with any information from that call that's necessary. But yeah, they can call about anything.
So we've heard from a few members of the public, and some of them did bring up concerns about trash, and particularly trash going outside of the area of the landfill. Is that the number where the members of the public could address that particular question without going to the LEA?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we can, anything that they want to field as far as Chiquita goes, either complaint wise or just asking questions, they can go to that number.
Okay, thank you. So we did talk a little bit about that consultant report that has been issued. And I know we're going to get into a little bit of it later with some other witnesses, but you had a chance to review that report. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
And if I can direct a couple of questions that I think maybe are better directed to you as running the landfill, particularly looking, if I can direct you to page 25 of that report, if you have it in front of you or are able to pull it up.
I have it. I don't know if I have the exact same page numbers, but.
So I'm referring to the internal page number. So this is the first section that was written by the SES engineers. And the top of the page should start with a figure 4-3.
I have up just if anyone wanted to look at what it looks like, I have it up on my screen.
Okay, so you're talking about the map of the site?
Yes, and then there's a little bit of text below it. So that map, that figure kind of shows roughly the footprint of the landfill. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
And sorry, just for the record, that this is all in a document B, exhibit B as in boy. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So looking at that, the report discusses that, you know, what you've testified to earlier, that you're currently receiving waste in cell number 6. But towards the bottom of that page, looking at the last paragraph of text, the report notes that following cell 6, you're going to move into south of cell 6 into cell 8. for approximately 4 years until about 2026. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so is that the current estimate of when, of roughly based on your estimates now for the landfill of you'll be in cell 6 until 2022, and then following that cell 8 until 2026?
That's the estimates right now, yes.
Okay. And just looking at that figure towards the top of the page, cell 8 is roughly just directly adjacent to cell number 6. Is that right?
It's south of cell 6, yes.
And so the report, and on this same page, looking at that first paragraph discussing figure 4-3, does acknowledge that cell 6, the location in the landfill, was correlated with receiving an increased number of verified complaints. Is that right?
According to the report, yes.
So we had discussed this previously and sort of hypothesized before we had an expert report that the location of this particular cell, because you had received so many more complaints relative to prior cells where the landfill had previously operated, might be a part of the cause of increasing complaints. Is that right?
Well, that's what we got out of the report too. I think, you'll see that and you'll hear that from the consultants, but their recommendation is that the location of that cell could be more of an issue than other cell locations. Okay.
And would we agree that given the proximity of the next cell, cell 8, its potential to be a similar cell of concern might be there as well?
There's a potential, yes.
Okay. So in looking at how we're crafting this order as a result of this report, we're one of the recommendations that are proposed and has been incorporated as a potential proposed condition is this establishment of an odor control zone. And that condition requires establishing an odor control zone that would take into account our better understanding kind of the configuration of the landfill. Is that right?
A better configuration? I'm not quite sure what you mean.
So you can't put the odor control zone directly next to cell 6. Would that be fair to say?
That would be fair to say.
So we would try and locate the odor control zone in an area that we think might be better just geographically in the landfill, that might have more natural barriers to prevent odor dispersal.
Correct. And you can see that in the map that you had there.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the odor control zone is probably going to be more located in looking at that same map, more towards the top of the map where other future cells like cell 7, 9, 10, 11 through 13 are highlighted?
Well, until those are built, the best OC zone is where it is on the map, which is up in the northeast corner of the landfill that we currently have.
Okay. And so I think we discussed this a little bit in your testimony previously, but I'm hoping you can discuss it a little bit more. When we set that level of in unfavorable wind conditions, the waste that gets diverted under the current order is 50% of your waste. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And we said we don't divert 100% of your waste unless there's very, very strict understanding of very bad odors in the community under condition what is now proposed to be 1H. Is why did we set it only at 50% of your waste getting diverted? Do you recall what the concern was?
I think it's just my recollection was the less waste in the area of cell 6, the less odors. So we're reducing it accordingly, but we didn't, really think this through as much as we obviously thought we did with the report that we have now on hand. It's showing that, not all waste is odorous. And, I think the most important thing now is to look at the odorous loads and making sure those are being moved.
Okay. And in terms of the odor control zone, which is proposed to be designated, is there any concerns that the landfill has with the total amount of space that might be available in that odor control zone?
Again, not understanding the question, because the odor control zone has space available, but what do you mean by total space?
Well, so could I tell you to just close cell 6 if cell 6 is the bad cell and just move everything to this odor control zone? Would that be possible?
Well, no, like the last order that we were in front of this board with, we talked about that, and it's not possible to move all the trash and keep it all there for extended period of time. The idea behind the idea to come up with this odor control zone is to move odorous loads to this area, try and keep this area open as long as possible before we hit maximum capacity in these areas, and try and only keep the non-odorous loads in cell 6, or under favorable conditions, move the all waste into cell 6 to get that area filled before we have to use all of this capacity.
So then is it fair to conclude that there's at least some capacity concerns, knowing that you're going to be in this southwest corner of the landfill, which we identified as potentially a bad pathway for odor until 2026? Might there be some concerns to ensure with capacity that we have to regulate some waste going in or out of an odor control zone?
Well, the idea that we have in this order and from the consultant's report kind of fits with what we're going to be doing. I mean, we don't want to eat up, all the space in the odor control zone. We just want to use that for odorous loads. So until we get this program started and really starting to nail down how many of those odorous loads there actually are, there's no real way of telling until we dial it in a little bit more. And that's the reason why we're keeping the order as is until we get the SOPs from the consultants.
Okay. And so looking at that right now, under the proposed order, we're going to only be focusing on these loads that are going to be designated as odorous, but under the current order that we're operating under, it just in unfavorable wind conditions requires 50% diversion. Is that right? It doesn't specify what type of waste?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that by focusing on the odorous loads, that might actually be a better policy and is likely targeted more towards prohibiting odor transport than the current order?
Absolutely. And we are aware of a few already, and we have started, when we do our 50% diversion, making sure those loads are going into the other area outside of cell 6. So it's an ongoing process, and obviously we're going to have to do all of what's required in an SOP once it's approved by you guys. But there's no reason why we can't at least start doing this now, which we have.
Okay. And I do want to turn back to that report. There was another question that I had, and I think it's on page 37. And then again, that's the internal pagination of Exhibit B.
Yeah, I can't see.
Okay, so yeah, a page that about halfway down, there's a section labeled 6.2.2, recommendations for landfill best management practices and operational changes. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, I don't. Is there any way you can put that up on the screen here?
Yeah, I can try and share my screen and pull that up. Sure. Let's see. Can you see that?
Okay, yes.
Okay. So this is again Respondents Exhibit B, and I'm looking at the internal pagination of page 37. I just wanted to discuss number 1 under this recommendation says prohibiting odorous waste such as sludge, biosolids, and dead animals. These are not accepted. Is that accurate, that you don't currently accept any of those types of waste?
Yes, that's accurate.
is that required somewhere in your conditional use permit, or is that the policy just of the landfill to not accept those?
No, that's in our JTD, which is part of the Cal Recycle permit.
Okay. So I'm gonna go ahead. Just wanted to clarify that. Although I might need to go back and share it, because my next question is looking at Appendix D of this report. Let me see. So that has separately paginated numbers. So it's page 19 that I'm looking at, which is the second to last. If you go all the way to the end of the report, it's the second to last page of the report.
And it's just to be clear, it's the Blue Ridge Landfill Operations Study. So it's that part.
Yes. Do you have that page up, or if necessary?
I believe so. Is that the one that shows the water truck?
Yes.
Yes.
So looking at both that page and the page right before it, which is page 18, there's a whole section called labeled 18I odor neutralizers. And so I did want to ask a couple of questions about this, because I know a couple of our comments from the public that we've received do mention your odor neutralizer. And one of the conditions of the current order was that you would post on your website the quantity of odor neutralizer that you guys are using. Does your website currently state that quantity?
I believe it does.
Okay. And do you know what quantity of odor neutralizer you're currently using?
What quantity about currently? I mean, it's very similar to whatever we have on our website. We haven't changed operations as far as that goes.
Okay. So does roughly 500,000 gallons as mixed sound correct?
Yeah, and that's probably 97% water, most likely. It's not, you got to understand that it's, when you say mixed, the odor neutralizer is a very small portion. It's a gallon or two per, 4,000 to 5,000 gallons of water.
Okay. And so that's a per month usage. Is that right?
Yes.
And so when I directed you to page 19 of this report, they do talk about one of the means that you had previously been applying odor neutralizer, which is a water truck. And that's addressed in that very top of the page, number 4. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
And they recommend that is not a helpful way or best practices of how to apply the odor neutralizer. Is that right?
Yes, and obviously you can talk with the consultants and they can explain this a little bit more, but my understanding is as an odor neutralizer throughout the day for odors coming from the waste. I believe still that it's a best practice for before tarps and after tarps, spraying it on the landfill. It does help. Again, we can talk to the consultants and see what they think about that. But my understanding is using it as a mister. It doesn't work like a mister. It works better direct application.
Okay, and so in the new proposed modification that's been submitted, among those standard operating procedures that we're discussing includes procedures that would kind of control not only odor neutralizers, but sort of all of the different mechanisms you guys are using to control odors at the working face. Is that right?
Yeah, it's a way of deploying them and placing them, yes.
And so specifically looking at proposed condition 23C, it would include in this procedure not only using the best practices, but also prohibiting using controls that are determined to not work. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So it's potential that might actually help with some of the concerns about odor neutralizer being used in the community. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's a fair statement.
Okay. I think those are all of my questions for Mr. Casula. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's now 10 of 1. I think we'll take our lunch break. And I think we'll take 50 minutes for lunch so that we would come back at 1:40. at 1:40. Hopefully that's enough time for everyone. Please, again, do not leave the meeting, the hearing, because if you do, you may have trouble getting back on. But definitely please mute your microphones and you can turn off your camera. So we are off the record and we will be back at 1:40. Thank you. It's almost 1:40, so if we could start gathering again.
You good, Madam Chair?
Yeah, I'm just looking for, Senator Holden's not back, but also, is Ms. Verdugo Peralta still on the call?
Doesn't look-
She may have
doesn't-
left. I see a 916 number. That might be her. Oh, wait. Well, that was already here. There's an 805 number. Maybe that's her. I don't know if she's called in or.
Normally this is the time she has problems with the.
That's right, Mohan, you're right. I wonder if it's 7 days a week, do you think? I wonder. Boy, wow.
Maybe Saturdays, not so much, but I guess, yes. Should we allow, maybe we should find out if she's on the call by having, Madam Clerk, if you could call Ms. Verdugo Peralta and just see if that, is that her on the call or is she trying to get on?
If I could ask Chiquita, who would go first between Mr. Sullivan or Mr. Bolton on the PDFs so I can be prepared when that time comes?
Mr. Wright, this is Jake Jaginski speaking.
Hi.
Mr. Sullivan will be going first.
Okay.
By Mr. Bolton, but we were planning to share the presentations just to know when we're going to actually be changing slides. Is that all right? And then just use the PDFs as a backup in case we have some issues.
Okay, so do you have PowerPoints or PDFs?
We have PowerPoint.
Okay. Whatever the chair approves.
That'll be fine, as long as, do you have the capability right now? Do you have a share screen button?
Let's do a check first, sir. Normally our IT department does all of that. That's why our clerk asked for it. So I had them loaded and they're on my desktop ready to go. And I actually went through all 34 slides of Mr. Bolton's and 18 of Mr. Sullivan's. And was ready to assist, but you know, I understand. Yep.
You can see that.
That's the one of 18.
Okay. I think we should be.
But if you're more comfortable and Madam Chair approves, that's fine with me.
That's fine, Paul, but thank you so much for taking the time to go through it.
Oh, no problem. That's what we do.
Well,
and so, yeah.
We appreciate what you do.
We're a team here. So Anthony, did you overhear that, Anthony? He may not be back yet, but I'll clue him in.
Okay, thank you. We're still waiting for Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Madam Chair, this is Megan Morgan speaking. Yes. We just found out that 805 number is Mr. Bolton.
Oh, okay.
So if, when it's time for him to speak, if someone could promote him. I think his video screen's on, but he dialed in for audio.
Oh,
okay.
So you know what? Let's do that now. Okay, at the time, I guess, yeah, we'll just do the allow to talk.
Yeah, otherwise, if we leave it open, then we might pick up background noises.
The background, sure thing. Thanks for clarifying that, Ms. Morgan.
And Ms. Verdugo Peralta has made it on. That's great. Okay.
Okay, so 805 travels with Mr. Bolton. Thank
Sorry,
you.
I thought I heard 150, 150.
No, 50 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we already voted.
It's an alarm.
It's all done. It's all
we
done.
already voted. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I can joke with you. I've known you 25 years.
Okay, we are, I think, all back now, although I'm not sure. Oh, there he is. Okay. Mr. Casulo is back. Okay, so we can go back on the record. I'm sure my fellow board members will also have questions. I have a few, if I could begin. Mr. Casulo, I just wanted to be clear, just because I wanted to be clear on the record, what the current order was intended to be and where we are now. So even though we are seeing reduced complaints and verified complaints from the summer, that's not because we've solved the total issue, correct? I mean, it's because of the seasonality as was shown in the consultant's report, at least to a large extent, right?
Yeah, I believe.
Okay.
Pretty
And sorry. And to your understanding of the intent of the order that we have in place right now, without the modifications, was meant as a temporary measure using the best ideas that were available pending the consultant's report, which we now have. Was that your understanding of it?
correct. It's a good first step.
Okay. Just so it's clear, because I know a lot of people from the public might be watching. So I wanted to make sure we were very clear. And now we have this very comprehensive, which we'll get to, I'm sure, report, which I think we're probably all very impressed with the depth. And so we're in a much better position. The next question that I had for you was, I know you heard I think there were two members of the public who mentioned the smell of either the Febreze, the deodorizer. They mentioned it as different things. Are you using unscented neutralizer? Because I know that was the requirement in condition 8. I'm just trying to figure out why there is that smell.
Yes, we are using unscented neutralizer.
Do you have any thoughts about why it is, at least to some members of the public, smelling like a deodorant? Does it, even if it's unscented, does it seem to carry some type of scent?
I don't think it does, but again, it's relative to everybody's individuality. It's a long ways for it to travel. Let's put it that way, since it's going out as a mist in these misting lines, and it's very low, as far as the ratio goes on what's in there. I mean, most of it's water. But no, I can't answer that question. I don't smell it even when I'm near the misters.
And are you still using the trucks, the hoses from trucks currently, pending updated SOPs or anything based off of the consultant's report?
Yeah, based off of our testimony, what my testimony was is that we do spray the landfill working face prior to putting tarps on, and after we pull the tarps off, we do that.
Okay. And just one more question on that. Is it a neutralizer or is it a deodorizer that's being used?
It's a neutralizer.
Okay. So it's intended to somehow not just mask scent, but actually neutralize at an atomic level?
That's my understanding of it. I'm not the expert in the field on that.
I'm not either. I'm just trying to understand it as well. Now, we all got these materials very kind of late yesterday, and we understand why. We understand that the consultant's report had to be digested and the parties had to, so that's not, but I, just to excuse if I'm missing something, but I didn't see anything in the proposed modifications having to do with airflow disruptors or wind deflection. Do you know why that's not something that Chiquita Canyon is looking to do right now, especially given the fact that the issue was that there's this natural barrier in some parts, but not cell 6?
Again, I might have to go back through the order, but and back through the consultant's report, but I do believe that we're talking about maybe some air kind of dispersing fences, so to speak. It kind of creates a vortex that goes around as the wind blows over these fences. we're talking about some of those at this point. You know, obviously the fans are another issue that we're using.
Is it, and maybe am I missing it? Could someone point out to me if that is in here, those fences or flow disruptors?
Madam Chair, if I could point you to, in the proposed modification, under continued analysis, it's going to be new condition number 32C. Will address further study to best understand both vegetative barriers and the disruptors, as you mentioned.
Oh, so it's only in there as far as further study, but not.
Correct.
And there's also condition, sorry, we're all over the order now. But 23C, development of an SOP, of development of the DOC zone. And in that area, we discuss odor neutralizer delivery systems. We get an example of misting lines, as well as odor neutralizer dispersion equipment, things of that nature. I would think that, you know, concepts such as fans or fences would be encapsulated within that portion of the order.
Understood, but I think that we would want to see more prominently, and I'll ask the gentleman from SCS when he's on. But it seems to me that a big issue happens to be, and it was borne out in the report, is just that there's not those natural barriers, and perhaps one could be created. So, okay, so just, I did see that it is further study, but at this point, that's not something that the parties are proposing to be.
I think 23C does say employing odor controls, including but not limited to wind flow disruptors.
And this is in the SOPs.
No, it actually is a 23C.
Oh, 23C.
Of the conditions.
This condition.
And has just wind flow disruptors. Okay. Okay. All right. So, but that's something that okay, will be developed as part of the SOPs. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was asking Mr. Castillo. Okay. The other question I had has to do with, and forgive me, I'm using the red line version, which is a little bit off maybe on the numbering, it seems to be, but 25, the proposed condition, which is dealing with the implementation of SOPs. Again, unless I'm missing it, I'm not seeing in here that where I see the date of April 30th for coming up with the SOPs, et cetera. But is there a date for implementation of the SOPs?
Madam Chair, there is not a proposed date, given that, as I think you'll hear in testimony, it's a little bit of an iterative process, and it does account for review and approval by the district, which may involve more than one department depending on the content. So we didn't put in a finalized date, but we did ensure that the other conditions relating to operational control are in place until that implementation.
Understood, but I think the question more is, as I read number 25, it says, upon receiving approval, so that's the approval you're talking about, from the AQMD, respondents shall finalize and implement the SOPs as follows. But nowhere does it say immediately implement, within 30 days implement. I don't see a date or even a time frame for implementation. Is that, again, am I missing that, or is that something missing from here?
I don't think there is a time frame for the direct implementation. I think that's something that the parties can discuss. It does require, as part of the implementation, training of all of their relevant employees. So that is something that we probably need to discuss before we could put a a definitive timeframe on.
Okay, and is that something that could be done sometime today before we vote on the order?
The district is willing to stipulate to a timeframe.
Okay. So then at some point during a break or something, I think that would be very important, because it seems to me the SOPs and following those are very central to what's being proposed. And so it would be really important to understand what the time frame for implementation is that we're looking at. So I had that question on that, and I think I might have had one other question. Yes. Is there, I know the last hearings, we had talked about cell 8, and that generally speaking, we had understood cell 8 to be south of cell 6, but I don't think we understood it to be, or at least I didn't, to be directly adjacent to cell 6. Is there another cell that, instead of using this exact area for the next 5 or 6 years, is there another cell that could be considered next while all of this is being ironed out?
Well, like we talked about in the last hearing, the major issue there is permitting.
Mm-hmm.
It takes years to permit a new location and a new cell, 3-4 years sometimes. So, where we're at now is the final phases of cell 8 and getting that finalized this year, starting the process for the next cell. It's going to happen, but again, we're talking 4 years down the road at best case. So we are doing the best we can with the areas that we have available, along with this order.
If it takes 3 to 4 years to permit, what do you see as coming up after cell 8? Are you moving to a completely different part of the landfill?
If you happen to have that map that we were looking about earlier with the OC zone, it'll be cell 7 that comes into play right after cell 8, which is very close to that OC zone.
Okay. I see it. Okay, so that's much closer to that natural barrier area.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions for you, Mr. Casulo. Thank you very much. Board members, Ms. Verdugo Peralta has questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Casulo, you said that, and I believe you said that you also saw the trash that was around not only your facility, but around the whole region. Is your personnel only limited to picking up the trash immediately on your facility, or does it also go a little bit beyond?
No, we definitely go beyond. We go a mile in every direction around the landfill on a regular basis and check all areas for litter. And yeah, we did hear the same thing that you heard, and we did have those conditions, but we get on it immediately. We like to keep the operation as clean as possible. We apologize for what they saw, but we did get to it, and we picked up everything that was possible to be reached.
And you claim that you have approximately 20 people that are working on this. Is it 20 people that are working on it per incident, or is it just 20 people total that rotate?
Well, it's per incident usually, because usually there's breaks in between these Santa Ana conditions of 3 weeks or 2 weeks at a time. But we basically sub out to a temporary agency, and we'll get anywhere from 15 to 25 to 30 people sometimes, all depending on the availability. But yeah, we try and put an army out there to get it.
Okay, and then my other question goes to the amount of complaints. That there were 14 complaints that were verified, and I believe it was testimony that your facility only found 8. Can you explain that to us?
No, it wasn't our facility that found 8. We were told by the district that there was only 8. We just found out today that there was 14.
Okay, did your facility do anything to discover any of those complaints, to investigate on the same days that these complaints were taking place?
Oh, absolutely. As soon as we're notified of any verified complaints, which we were notified of a few, we do everything in our power to find out what may have happened and if it's still happening. And we get out in the neighborhood. I mean, we're right there. We're in the neighborhood within 5 minutes if we get contacted by Mr. Israel.
So based on those 14 and then the 8 that you were aware of, what were your findings?
Well,
Let's say that you didn't know about the 14 and you didn't know about the 8. What were your findings on that date?
you have to understand, we find out sometimes hours after the fact where there's no longer odors in the neighborhood. So we rely on our data and look at where we were and what we were doing at the time that he verified, and he tells us that the complaints came in. And we try and make adjustments for anything that comes up in the future, you know, the next days or the days
Well,
after.
okay, but I'm talking about at the time that those complaints were being made, what were your people doing? Were your people patrolling the same area or not?
Well, I'd have to look at exact times. You'd have to be more specific, but yeah, we
I'm talking
do
about
our,
the 14, on the date of the 14 complaints, dates, let me correct that. And that you were only aware of 8. On those dates, what were your people doing?
I'd like you to be more specific if you could, because we do the odor control, we do the neighborhood look watches, we're, you know, taking care of the garbage, we're taking care of the customers coming in and placing the garbage. There's a lot of things that we do. So what exactly are you looking for? Are we in
I'm
the
looking
neighborhood? Is that what you're-
for, comparatively speaking, on the dates that the inspector has documented, and that you were only aware of 8. I'm going back to those dates, and I don't have those dates in front of me. The inspector would, and I believe he stated that he gave Chiquita Canyon that report, if I'm not mistaken. I want to know, on those dates, what was your team doing?
Are you, I can tell you 2 dates that Mr. Israel testified to, January 24th and February 8th, I think were the 2 major dates that.
Yes, I believe you're correct on that, Madam Chair.
And was the question, what were the odor patrols doing on that?
What was anybody from Chiquita Canyon doing on those dates?
Do you mean operationally, or I think that's.
Operationally, was there an inspector out there? Were there any teams out there on the same dates that could or could not have reported it? I just want to know from Chiquita Canyon, if there was obviously a problem that the community was reporting and that the inspector verified, what was Chiquita Canyon doing?
Okay, first off, we weren't notified of any complaints on those days until later in the day, after the complaints were well hours later. And while we were in full, you know, compliance mode with this order, I believe we did separate the working face and send 50% of the trash into the other safer area. We did do our odor surveillances in that morning and that afternoon. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, I wanted to know if it was so bad that there were complaints that were being lodged by the residents and that the inspector from AQMD also found that there was a problem. Didn't your people find that there was a problem as well? That's basically my question. If all of this was occurring, did you or did you not find that there was a similar, from your people, that there was something going on those dates?
We did find things on those dates, not every single date, but we did find, you know, an odor in the neighborhood that was related to the landfill.
Okay, let's go on to the odorant that's being utilized by Chiquita Canyon. When did you do any testing prior to deciding that you were going to utilize this deodorant? Was there any testing of any other brand or any other, and you're saying that it's odorless, odorant that was being utilized to neutralize the scent?
In the past, we have tried several different types of odor neutralizer and odor deodorant type materials. when we've done these tests on site, that the material that we're using now work the best. I know other sites, I know other landfills, and I know other companies that use several different types, and they also use this type too. So it's kind of one of those things that, you know, the industry uses a handful of these type of materials, and this is one of them.
Have you tried any other neutralizer or deodorant that possibly would be less problematic to the residents?
Again, I don't understand, you know, what they're smelling, because it is odorless. And again, I don't smell it, and I, you know, my staff doesn't smell it from a distance. If you're right up next to a container, there's a little bit of a scent to it right there, but at the dispersion levels with the water, I don't believe it has an odor. And I'm sorry if, you know, if they believe that.
Okay, and then you were also talking about the fact that misters are not the best application to get the deodorant out on top of the trash to try to neutralize that odor. So if you're stating that the trucks are the best way, and yet they're recommending the misters, I guess maybe it's the consultant that's going to be the deciding factor, or are you still going to stick to the trucks? And I'm not saying that that's not the best thing to do. I'm just asking.
No, and that's not what I'm saying. I'm sorry if you misunderstood that. I think the misters are a very, you know, good factor. It's something that we will use and can use. We just use the truck a little bit differently. When we spray it on directly onto the trash, you can't do that with a mister. It's not mobile. Misters are not usually very mobile to do. So we spray it directly onto the trash when we cover it with the tarps. And that's what we use the truck for. But we definitely agree with the consultants that the misters work, and we do have those in place. And we do have misters on our odor fans also.
Okay, so would you say then that just basically depends on the type of trash that's being put in that particular area, that whether it's the misters or the trucks that work the best?
I think depending on the application, but I think if it's an odorous load and it's going to this new OC zone that they proposed, obviously we would want to have misters in that area. If we're, you know, closing things up with a tarp, I still like the idea of using a spray on directly onto the trash, you know, before the tarp goes on, the tarp comes off, but not necessarily the way that we have been using it. We've been using the truck itself by just spraying down the roads and the surrounding areas around the trash. And I think that's what they're recommending us stop doing, because that doesn't do anything.
Well, it keeps the dust down, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Any fugitive dust.
You're right. And we will continue to do that with water, but we just won't add the neutralizer to it.
Yeah. Okay, and now I'm looking at the map that's on page 25, and of the total region that Chiquita Canyon is operating, I see where cell 6 and cell 8 are adjacent, and you're talking about cell 7 being the next one, which looks pretty large. Is there any way to move the trash that's been a problem on cell 6, especially, and cell 8 to cell 7, or any other area?
Well, that's what we were talking about with the Madam Chair, and it takes years to get that area permitted. And
So 7's not permitted. I'm sorry to interrupt you. 7
Yeah,
is
it's
not permitted, right?
not permitted yet, and we're going to go through that process, but it's going to take a while to get there.
Do you know of any process that could expedite this?
I sure wish I knew a process that would expedite it, but no, we usually try and get all these permits expedited, and there's a lot to them. There's a lot of information that
Yes,
needs to be
yeah,
given.
I'm aware of that, having been on the permit streamlining group. I'm quite aware of that, and there was supposed to be eventually a process where they could expedite the permits, and especially when it's a high visibility and high concern for the residents who live there. I'm hoping that maybe there may be a way that we can expedite the permits for cell 7 and get possibly the biggest problem that you have of cell 6 moved over there. So it's a possibility, correct?
Well, there's several agencies involved in this. We're talking about 4 to 5 different agencies that we need permits for. So again, we will ask. I don't know what the outcome is or will be.
Well, hopefully AQMD can help you with that as well. Thank you very much for your answer, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Balagopalan has questions.
Yes, Mr. Castillo, could you explain the difference between the tarp when you use it and where, and the Enviro cover, the ADC alternate daily cover?
The Enviro cover is being used in cell 6, and any time that we use cell 6 during the week, Monday through Friday, obviously by permit on Saturday, we have to full cover with dirt because we're closed on Sunday. The tarps are only being used in the other area outside of cell 6 when we do have to divert garbage, you know, that 50-50 split.
Okay, and on the weekend, Saturday, you use the tarp also?
On Saturday, we do a full cover up there also. We're not allowed to use tarps over the weekend, over a Sunday.
Full cover there too. Oh, okay. All right, thanks for clarifying that. The other question I had is, I think you did mention in response, and I think in one of the questions I had from Mr. Israel and in response to Mr. Duchinski's question, that it would be useful for you to get timely notification of any complaints. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so. I think it helps a lot when we get data live when it's happening.
So I was going to make a proposal, which again, it's you know, just as a suggestion, because it's not something that is, I don't believe the district has right now. It's available. It has to be programmed. So just as an option to look at. However, that you realize then, let's say it does happen, you get timely notification. Then there is that condition 1H, which puts the owners on you. If you get more than 5 complaints, then you have to stop this on that cell.
Well, it's 5 verified. If we're out in the neighborhood and we smell it at a certain level 5 times in those different locations, that's when we have to shut down that area. That's
right. So if you got a timely and you also verified that and you got documentation 5, or let's say you in stop 15, and then you get a notification that stop 3 is having some problems, and they can immediately respond, and I'm assuming drive down and verify that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. If it's not the odor patrol person that's out there, it'll be either myself or my manager in the other office down the hall that will go immediately. I mean, if we get notification, we'll be out there in 5 minutes.
Okay. And that'll add to your count then, basically, if you can. And I know it's probably not going to happen anytime soon, if at all, but I'm just going to make it as a suggestion that maybe the district look into that. Providing, and I think it's useful not just for your landfill, but other landfills too. But it'll take, I believe it'll take some programming, some changes on AQMD's part. So I'm not, it's just a suggestion. So I'll throw it out afterwards.
Right, and you know, this order is
stipulated. Yes.
Canyon. Well, but it's on Chiquita Canyon, so
Right. Yeah, I understand that. Yes, I do have one. And who is it who sends the reports? Is it you or your staff, the weekly, monthly reports to AQMD?
I sent out, I believe, the first couple of reports. My staff has started to do them. I've been training them to help out and to fill in when necessary. So yeah, it's us.
So if I were to suggest again some conditions to add a couple more people on the CC list, that's not a burden for the facility, provided the district agrees to that inclusion.
I mean, that would be fine to CC anybody, I guess, depending on who it is.
Well, it would be Mr. Israel or the permitting engineer.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Israel is on the list. He gets.
And not on some of them, that's all. That's why,
Oh, for the new order, I understand.
The new order, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, all right. I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you.
I had one other clarification question. Well, it's not clarification, but looking through, again, having done it quickly, but looking through the report and the recommendations with regard to the odor control zone and the switching of odorous load, whatever the word is, ones that smell. There's no, from what I'm reading in the recommendations, there's no limitation on that, only to adverse wind conditions. Can you explain why the proposed modifications would have that apply during adverse wind conditions?
Well, this is an understanding we have. We're at limited space in the OC zone. And obviously we want to get out of cell 6 as quickly as possible. So by diverting more waste to cell 6 that doesn't need to go there because it's not an odorous load, makes no sense. We want to be able to fill cell 6, get it completed, get out of that area as quickly as we can. And when the wind conditions are not blowing towards Valverde and they don't have a chance of having any odors leak that direction, again, odorous loads should fill cell 6 up also at the same time. We're only looking at putting these odorous loads into the OC zone when there's unfavorable conditions, because we believe that that's a safer area for it to go. We can try and get it covered and put away a lot quicker and hopefully have no odors drift over into the neighborhood.
Understood, except, I mean, was that really the conclusion, that if it's not the worst wind conditions for the community, that there are no odors in the community? Because I'm not sure that is, I would take that from what I read. And so is it your testimony that there's just not enough room in the OC zone for all of the bad odorous, however you want to say it, trash and loads to be put in without reference to adverse wind conditions?
Well, we don't know exactly the number of trucks that we'd be doing per day. That's just starting, right? That was the recommendations for the consultants. And I think that might be addressed better by asking those questions to them. But once we get that number of trucks, we start moving into this process, we'll be able to make that determination exactly, how many loads are going over there per day or in unfavorable wind conditions.
Mm-hmm. So do you have any idea what percentage? You don't, because because you haven't started identifying which of the more odorous loads. So you don't yet have a percentage that you could say, X% of everything that we bring onto the landfill is more odorous and would go to. You don't know that yet. Is that correct?
Not yet. We're just, this is fairly new to us too.
Are you open to once that information is determined, to coming back and determining something broader where just, if there's space, odorous loads go to the OC, whatever it's called, the zone, the odorous, whatever zone, OC zone, OD zone?
Well, let me put it this way. If it's not a possibility because of wind conditions of having any odors go into Valverde, I would not want to put odorous loads in that area. I'd like to save that space and fill up cell 6 so that we can get out of cell 6. It's kind of one of those processes that the sooner we can get that area filled, the sooner we can get out. But obviously we got permitting to do in cell 7. Cell 8 is further away from the neighborhood, even though it's next to cell 6. It is further to the south where Valverde is to the north. So again, with all the precautions that we're going to be putting in place, we're hoping that we can control everything in cell 8, still have some room in that OC zone by not filling that up too quickly so that we can get through these two cells and into cell 7.
All right, I would want to flesh that out a little bit more, but okay. I just had the basic question as to why we're limiting it at this point, and it's availability of space in the zone. Is that correct?
It is. It really is.
All right, because I'm not sure it's going to solve the problem totally. But that was my question. Thank you. Dr. Bernstein has questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Gasol. Thank you very much for your testimony and all your efforts. Greatly appreciated. In the executive summary from the Landfill Operations Assessment Report on page 7, there's a section that says identify potentially odorous loads, as the chair started to question about. And apparently, excuse me, the consultant has in fact segregated inbound waste types and identified a particular waste type that apparently is quite odoriferous, and it's categorized under the MRF fines, which has apparently significant quantities of organic materials, which typically are odoriferous. Have you had any discussion about that particular find and discussed how to pinpoint that? Because it seems to me that when you have waste that's received that has the potential to be more odoriferous than others, you can really concentrate your efforts in segregating that and getting that to a odor control area or whatever is necessary, whatever you decide with the consultant of how to address that appropriately. But it seems to me that there has been an identification of a particular odoriferous load that should be addressed. And I was just wondering if you had any discussion. I know the report's only been out a small amount of time and whatnot, but it seems to me that that's a major find regarding the landfill. And I was wondering if any discussions have transposed regarding how to address that.
Absolutely, yeah, and that's a great question. And not only have we had the discussion, we have actually moved all of those loads into the other working phase when the wind conditions are unfavorable automatically. This is one of the processes that will probably follow along with all these other checks as we're doing checking through each and every truck as they're coming in. As we start identifying them, we'll start moving them into this now new OC zone, even prior to the SOPs, just because we understand it and we get it, and we're trying to be proactive to it. So yeah, it's a great question, but yeah, those loads are already on the top of the list and they're going that direction. Yeah.
Okay, would seem to me, right? If you're going to troubleshoot, here's a find right now that really need, obviously. So paying attention, that makes sense. And I guess in looking at the orders, I haven't really had a chance to study these yet, but I want to make sure that something along those lines is put into the continued analysis section, that we're really kind of targeting those particular inbound loads that seemingly have the opportunity from organic waste, which is probably the majority don't, but whatever does seems to be making an effect on the landfill, and spending some time doing that makes total sense. Okay, thanks, Mr. Castillo. I appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome.
I could just butt in for a quick moment. Board Member Bernstein, if you look at condition 19 of the proposed stipulated order, we define what odorous loads are there, and that includes those particular MRF fines that you were just discussing. We also lay out a process for how Chiquita would continue to identify those loads moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
I guess what I was trying to get to before in my questions is if there is something like that where it is a particularly odorous type of load. If it's that it turns out that it's 5% of what's brought in on a certain day, a low enough percent, perhaps one of the things that could be considered in the SOPs is just automatically putting those loads. It doesn't matter what the wind condition is, but if it's particularly odorous, I would think that wind or not wind, it may affect the community. So just that was what I was trying to get to. So I was just throwing that out there as something to think about in the SOPs.
Yeah, and I do understand that, but you got to understand when winds are blowing 20 to 30 miles an hour from the due north, it really makes no sense either. And what you're doing is you're splitting your operations. You're giving operators two working faces, which makes things a little bit more difficult. And I know that's not on you guys, it's on us. But again, operationally, and you can hear from the consultants and ask the same questions, but I don't think it makes any sense.
I think that would be better. Then I won't waste time with that. I'll just see, what the consultant's thoughts are, and probably it'll be the same as yours, but we'll shortcut it that way. Thank you. Board members, additional questions for Mr. Castillo? Yes, Mr. Balagopalan.
Yes, Mr. Castillo, when I look at the report, the final report, and granted I have not had a chance to look in detail, I get the first splash when I see it's addressing the trash odors more than the long-term landfill gas odors that are being emitted. And the solutions that are proposed is addressing, the working phase, particularly, which is the source of the problems. But is there a plan, or is it part of the study to look at the whole landfill gas odors and emissions from the landfill in general?
I believe that, the consultant that we have on board that takes care of the gas, system and continues to upgrade and do all the work that they do, it's going to be there, forever. We're always going to be managing that portion of it. And I believe SCS is going to be looking into some more wind data and information, coming up in the near future, which is also in the order. So right now, I think you see it as focused on the landfill working phase, because that's what AQMD is telling us that they're smelling, and that's what seems to be the issue in the location that we're in, and it's not landfill gases. But by all means, we're going to be constantly upgrading and taking care of the gas system as we build and go to make sure that's not an issue.
Okay, thank you.
And that does continue to be part of the order as condition 10.
Right.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, board members, for Mr. Casulo? Senator Holden.
One simple question. How long have you been employed by this landfill company?
This one, 10 years. Other companies for 20 years before that. I've been in the business for 30 years.
So you understand the operations of a landfill, one would assume.
I do.
Okay, well, what you're recommending now is the various covers, 1 foot, 2 feet, 5 feet. Isn't that the state of the arts?
The final covers are dictated by Cal Recycle when we close a landfill to be either 4 or 5 feet of earthen material or some type of plastic liner. The standard for the intermediate cover and the daily cover are based off of Cal Recycle's recommendations also.
That's been required for some time for landfill operators. Is that not correct?
Sometimes they do what?
That's been a requirement for landfill operators for some time. True or false?
True.
Well, then, could you explain why it took these orders, stipulated orders, to have this landfill company comply with those orders that have been in effect for some time?
We've been in compliance.
You suggested like it's new. You're saying this is a new idea.
No, I'm not saying that this is a new idea. I was asked to describe the types of cover, and we've been complying with the types of cover that have been going on at landfills for years.
It's being presented as a modification to the order. Is that not correct?
Well, the Enviro cover is new for us. We haven't used that type of ADC before, but it's not new. Well, it's fairly new to the industry. I don't know how long they've been around.
From my understanding, this is the stipulated order that's being amended, modified, hopefully. And these state-of-the-art procedures for landfills been in effect for some time, which you should have been aware of. Is that correct?
I am aware of most of them. I'm very familiar with what's going on.
In good faith, I'm just wondering why it took this stipulated order, modified order, to have you comply with what is the standard operating procedure.
Well, standard operating procedures for landfill, each landfill has their own different ways of doing it. So I understand where you're at, but in the past, the NOVs that we've received for odor complaints were very low. Over the last 20 years, it's very low. We ran into a situation this summer that was unfavorable to us, and now we're making adjustments.
So these adjustments, part of the covering process is a new adjustment. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, and then again, it's not like we don't know about these, and it's not like we couldn't have came up with them on our own, but we are under a stipulated order and we're having to work with AQMD. So the consultants are giving them the best advice for a couple of reasons. One, there are third-party experts in the field that you guys would trust to go forward with these advice. And I think that makes a lot of sense. So that's why we're in the position where we're at now.
Well,
I just want to make sure we understand for clarity. For clarity for the record, are we talking about all the modifications or just the cover modifications? Because I think the only one is the alternative daily cover, right? The cover, there's no other requirements for cover. Is that, am I right?
That's correct.
I think that's what you were asking. I just want to be clear for the record, Senator, because you were asking about different kinds of cover, but the only requirement in the order is alternative daily cover.
For standard practice procedures for operating a landfill. And obviously this was part of it, not just today, but days previously. And it was not done or proposed until this order is put in effect. I'm just saying, called preventative measures should have been taken.
Well, Senator, if I could, yeah, and if I could answer that for you, we weren't allowed to use in our CUP and in our JTD, they require us to only use tarps and dirt soil for our cover operations. And that's not a standard practice for all landfills, but that's what we were required to do by the regulators. So we had to get this approved to use this other ADC material. And we did, we got it approved and now we're using it.
Okay, on page 5 of the proposed finding and decision, line 14, you say that this modified stipulated order for abatement represents a compromise between the parties. Tell me about a compromise. In what way did the district compromise? If you can.
I think that what it says is that we agree with the district that this is the best way to move forward.
You're also saying, as relates to the hearing board, on line 22, the hearing board does not make any of findings whether the respondent is or was in violation of these rules. Was, you would say, then you go back to page 4, line 28, there were 46 complaints. That means you got to be in violation one time or another. Is that not correct?
Wait, let me just stop you there, Senator, because remember this, when it's a stipulated order under the health and safety code and the rules of the district, we are not required to make a finding of violation. That's the only thing that's saying. We are not, we can't, and we're not making a.
No, we're not making a finding, but they're stating that they were never in violation.
No, they're saying that the hearing board to issue a stipulated order for abatement without making findings, that respondent is in violation. And that's just repeating the health and safety code and the rules of the district.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for Mr. Casulo?
Madam Chair, if board members have no further questions, may I ask a couple of follow-up questions based on board member questions?
Yes, please.
Thank you. So, Mr. Casulo, I want to just follow up. Some board members were discussing the possibility of considering not using cell 8 and perhaps permitting a different cell. And you referenced that there's a multi-year approval process for going through new cells. Is that right?
In the area that we're in Chiquita Canyon landfill and the areas that we have to permit, yes, it's true. We have many agencies that we have to go through, including Fish and Game, the Water Board, Cal Recycle, County of LA. I mean, they go on and on, but the bigger and more difficult ones are Fish and Game. They take a lot longer.
Okay, and to clarify, is the South Coast AQMD one of the agencies that permits the location of the cell?
No, they do not.
No, so we don't have any oversight over which cell in the landfill you guys are using or permitting?
No, there's no permits required from AQMD.
Okay, Thank you. And a couple of our board members had questions and a discussion with you about the timing of when you guys are notified of complaints from inspectors, whether it's Inspector Israel or other inspectors in the community. And I just wanted to clarify your testimony. You stated that you don't receive notification until how long about after South Coast verifies a complaint?
A lot of times it could be an hour, sometimes more, after a verified complaint. It seems like the process is that they're in the neighborhood, they're finding the complaints, they're doing the things that they need to do as documentation. And then sometime later that afternoon is when we get information. And honestly, it's only from Larry. We don't get it from any other inspector ever.
So Mr. Israel is the current inspector, but as he noted, he's training other inspectors to potentially inspect in your facility. Is it you personally who receives notification?
No, it's my assistant district manager, Michael Hearns.
Okay, and so if you get a notification an hour later, what does that do? Do you initiate and go back into the community to do another odor surveillance?
We do for that area that we're notified that had a verified complaint. We get over there when we can, as soon as we can. But of course, then we start looking back on the data that we already have, which was wind data, location of the garbage, maybe some of the loads that may have come in at that time frame. We do a full investigation, but it doesn't help us a lot if it's after the fact, simply because we can't verify it ourselves. We don't know, the real-time data.
So Mr. Israel, in his testimony earlier, stated that he talked about 2 different days, January 21st of 2021 and then February 8th of 2021, where he investigated, verified complaints, and then notified you. Did you go back into the community on either January 21st or February 8th following notification?
We go into the neighborhood every time we get a verified complaint from Larry, or if we get a complaint from anybody.
Did you initiate another community surveillance?
No, we go to the area that Larry tells us that they're at, and we do our surveillance in that area. We don't do the full 20 stops.
Did you submit a log for that additional data?
No, we're not required to.
Did you create a log for that additional data?
We put the information in our odor log at the site that we've been notified by AQMD on a certain day and a certain location, and we have that on our files, yes.
So did you confirm on either January 21st or February 8th that you confirmed any odors in the community once you were notified?
Once we were notified, no, we didn't confirm anything.
Okay, and it's your understanding and your testimony is because you weren't notified soon enough?
That is my testimony, yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, if it is helpful for the board members, I believe Inspector Israel can testify as to the specific timing, because as Mr. Casullo testified, he wasn't the one who received notification. But I do think several board members have raised this question of when the facility is getting notification. So to the extent that that's a consideration, I do want to make sure the board has all relevant information.
I would think board members would want to hear from Mr. Israel to confirm the time, I would imagine. And I think Ms. Verdugo-Peralta too. Okay, that's 3 members.
Can I just clarify too something?
Yes.
I think it's not just when he's verified it, it's the time from when, let's say when the first AQMD receives the notification, let's say it's 8 in the morning, there's a time like between when the inspector gets it and then when he goes. So that's, and then by the time the facility gets notified, that's could be 1 hour, several hours. And as we know, the odor is fleeting. It could be gone by then. So that's my point I wanted to make.
Okay, I think Inspector Israel can retestify and clarify some of those timing questions.
Is Mr. Israel present?
No. Oh, there is.
Ask and ye shall receive.
I've been listening.
Mr. Israel, we've been talking about two specific days that we talked about in your first testimony. So I want to take each day in turn. Let's start with January 21st. When was the first complaint actually received by the district on January 21st relating to?
Oh, sorry. 9:54 in the morning.
9:54 in the morning. And you testified earlier that there were actually more than one complaint received on January 21st. How many total complaints were there on January 21st?
3.
Do you have the times of when each of the other 2 complaints were received as well?
Well, I didn't write down all the times, so we can look those up, but I have the time frame between 9:54 and 11:02 in the morning.
Okay. And you testified earlier, but could you remind us, when did you actually get out to the community of Val Verde on January 21st?
6 minutes later, 10 a.m.
10 a.m. And when you report a verified complaint and you make a report in the district's database, do you make a notation when you notify the facility of a complaint?
Yes.
And when you look at your report for January 21st, when did you notify the facility of a complaint?
10:45.
And so who did you actually notify at the facility?
Michael Hearns, who is the assistant district manager.
So to clarify the timing, we received our first complaint at 9:54. You showed up at 10 a.m. We received our last complaint at 11:02, and you notified the facility at 10:45.
Correct.
So is it safe to say that odors were ongoing in the community at the time you actually notified the facility of the odors on this day?
Correct.
Okay. When was the first time we received a complaint at the district on February 8th?
(9:37 a.m.)
And you testified that there were actually multiple complaints on February 8th. And I know some of those complaints go into the evening hours, but just looking at the morning hour complaints, so before noon, what's the time range between the first morning complaint at 9:37 and the last morning complaint before noon?
You know, I have to look up I only wrote the full amount for the day because we received several complaints in the evening too. I'd have to look that up right now. Might take a minute to do that.
Okay. Could you tell us when you actually got to the community in the morning of February 8th?
10:30 in the morning. So I was in the community from 10:30 to 11:30 that morning.
Okay. So the complaint first came in at 9:30 and you were there roughly an hour later, but you were still able to verify the complaints. Is that right?
Correct. I was able to verify 4 that morning between 10:30 and 11:30.
And did you, in your report on this day, also note when you notified the facility?
Yes.
And when did you notify the facility?
11:15 in the morning.
Okay. So in your opinion, was that odor event also ongoing at the time you notified the facility?
Yes.
And Mr. Casulo said he doesn't report any logs or any data he collects other than what is expressly required in the order. Did he tell you of any odor surveillance or corrective actions or anything that he did as a result of you notifying the facility?
Well, I didn't speak to Mr. Casulo. I was speaking primarily with Michael Hearns, and no, I didn't receive any documentation or additional odor surveillance information from them.
Okay. So just to clarify, you testified earlier this morning when you helpfully gave out the number of South Coast AQMD to report complaints. Is that number specific to Chiquita Canyon, or does it apply for any air quality issues in the district?
It applies to any air quality issues within our jurisdiction.
So when you get dispatched specifically to Chiquita Canyon, there is some processing time that requires us to sort out what the complaint is and where and who it should go to. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
So given that reality that this is a general complaint number and the facility is informed roughly within an hour of when these odor complaints are occurring, is that reasonably as fast as possible?
I believe so.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Let me just ask Mr. Dudzinski if you have any questions for Mr. Israel on that testimony.
Is that your phone ringing, Mr. Israel?
Nope.
Oh, okay, I'll continue with that then. So I guess pinpointing February 8th, you testified that you received the first complaint around 9:30 that morning. Do you know if you verified that particular complaint?
You know, I'd have to pull up all the complaints that came in that morning because for the entire day, there were 9 received. That's the time that the complaint was received. It may have been dispatched a few minutes later. But for the most part, most of the complaints that were received that morning were verified, except for 2. And so I'd have to look up that individual report to give you an answer.
No, that's fine, but it sounds like there were 2 that were unverified.
Correct.
Did your inspection generally attempt to encompass all the verified complaints that have been received that morning?
Yes.
And were these complaints all within the same general vicinity?
They were within Val Verde, yes.
And so even in your inspection, there were complaints that were made that were unverifiable and others that were verifiable. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so would your conclusion from that be that the odors within this area are variable and fleeting within the area?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions on that additional testimony from Mr. Israel on the board? Mr. Balagopalan.
Mr. Israel, you cover not only Chiquita landfill, but you cover the general area. What's your area for inspection or facilities?
Are you referring to what it is today or what it was a month ago?
Let's take a month ago when you know, or in general, you know, you don't only cover Chiquita, right? You cover other landfills.
Right, I do.
And on this particular day, your response time was very good, I would say. You happen to be in the area, or?
We were I was training, well, on February 8th, I wasn't training an inspector. I happened to be in close proximity at that time.
Right, but let's say if you were, it can happen that you could be at another landfill or another location and you get the notification and it might take you a while to get there, correct?
Right, that happens a lot, more often than not.
More often than not, that's well, okay. And your half-an-hour response time is very good, actually, because again, you're in the area or you were training somebody, so you could respond very quickly.
Correct.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
All right, any other questions from board members? Senator, is that your hand? Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair, members. It seems to me, based on these examination of the witnesses recently, that people withholding their stipulation agreement regarding this modified ordinance proposal that being the case, yes or no could be. We got people been waiting all morning to say something. If we had to put this off and come back, at least we should hear from the people who would like to make some comments.
Okay, thank you for that, Senator. I actually was looking at the schedule because it doesn't seem we will finish. I'm not sure about your comment about withholding stipulation, but what we have before us is a proposed stipulated modifications from which we are gathering evidence. However, I did give members of the public the opportunity to speak. You may recall at the beginning of the hearing, and we heard from almost everyone that I see as an attendee. However, I do see 2 additional hands raised. But what I'd like to do first is make sure we are finished with Mr. Casulo and Mr. Israel. And then we can, we will have time, I think, to take, I'm hoping to take at least one more witness, but we're not going to finish today. And we're going to have to figure out when we're going to continue this hearing to. I will take additional members of the public. Again, I did give them the opportunity to be heard at the very beginning of this hearing. Yes, Senator.
Madam Chair, your offer to the public was that if you couldn't stay here the whole day, hear all the testimony, you got an urgency, you have to leave, then you testify now. And you left it open for the people who felt they could stay. And for those who have stayed, that was the difference that you offered them.
Yeah, I plan with every bit of my being to offer the opportunity before we leave today on this Saturday hearing.
So it's the first opportunity for those who would like to stay and hear the testimony, which they have done. And the clock is running. That's why I raised the question.
Okay, well, thank you, Senator. I was definitely looking ahead to that. And I can assure the public that we will not leave this hearing, this Saturday hearing that was convened for the sole purpose on a Saturday of hearing from the public without hearing from everyone who wishes to be heard. Let's make sure we're finished with Mr. Casulo and Mr. Israel. Are there any questions for either of those gentlemen on the testimony we have heard so far? Okay, thank you both. Thank you, Mr. Israel, for coming back. Okay, I think what I'll do now is I'm going to offer for anyone else who wishes to be heard, and then we'll come back once we're done with that and see how much time we have left. And I'd like to speak with the parties and look at our very full schedule and see when we might be able to come back to complete this very important hearing. So as I see right now, I see 2 members of the public who have raised their hand on the Zoom call. I see someone named Darcy, who I do recall last time was here as well, and someone, the name of Laurel Taylor. And again, if you are on the phone as well, you can also raise your hand with a *9 to be heard. And in the meantime, we're going to take the people who are here with their hands raised in the order in which I see them on the list. So I'm going to press allow to talk. The person who is Darcy, can you please speak your name, tell us your name, spell it?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Darcy Stinson. That is DARCY STINSON.
Thank you, Mr. Stenson. And were you here when I administered the oath?
I was not.
Okay, then I'm going to ask you and anyone else, including Laurel Taylor and anyone else who has not yet been heard and wishes to be heard today, to please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that you will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stenson. Do we have the timer? Can we get the timer up? I know this is, I don't know if Paul or Anthony, this was not the time we were, there you go. Wonderful. Okay, Mr. Stenson, why don't you go ahead and tell us your comments?
Sure, I have a couple here. I want to start off, and it says I have stuff written on scratch paper, but the landfill likes to say they don't use green waste as cover. They like to call it erosion control, and it is on the top layer of the landfill. And a lot of times we smell green waste, and they like to say they don't ever use it. Yet it is what's used on the very top, on the slopes of the landfill. And let's see here. As for the landfill verifying the smell, for the most part, they don't. Like when we have called them out here in the past, when it smells, it can smell right here currently, and they don't. I've had arguments with them. They actually a while ago even started bringing out coffee beans to try to be able to smell better with it. The other thing is the neutralizers. They say neutralizers is not the smell that some of the people here smell. I would like to ask if it is 100% fact that the neutralizer mixed with the trash does not smell at all or alter it, or is it 100% fact that there is no change of scent besides there's either no scent whatsoever or just normal trash? Does it alter it to make a different type of smell? I understand neutralizer as itself doesn't smell, but can it make the trash mix smell in a different way? The other thing, Mike, I wanted to say, as for the landfill confirming, and as Steve's saying that they don't confirm, most of the time Mike Hearns has confirmed the landfill odors at my house many, many, many times. Sometimes Mike and Larry are also at my house at the exact same time, verifying. I'd also talk about the trash. I've called the landfill to complain about the trash. I called to complain. They wouldn't take my complaint. I asked for the supervisor. They wouldn't give me the supervisor. I asked for the hotline. They wouldn't give me the hotline. I ended up having to call Mike Hearns' cell phone and file a complaint directly. I'd also like to advise you guys, as I did last time, that neighbors have complained to the landfill in the past, as well as AQMD. However, the landfill has done surveillance on neighbors. They've provided pictures of neighbors' houses and yards during some CAC meetings of, like, for instance, one of my neighbors that had yard drainage and sprinklers. They said that it was an illegal, they brought the pictures to our attention and said that it was an illegal septic system that we're smelling. And they have done other things like this. This is one of the reasons why people do not call the landfill or trust them anymore, because they lie, they make stuff up. They've made us as residents of Valverde seem like we're crazy. And so when you deal with somebody like that, and that is not truthful and not there for the honest, right reason, how do you trust them? And so I just want to advise you guys again, this has happened. And this is why a lot of the residents here, they don't have faith in the landfill, because the landfill has made stuff up. And I appreciate you guys here hearing us. I'm sorry I wasn't able to meet the first part of the meeting. I've been going through a lot of cancer treatment, so I'm not very well at the moment. But I just, being that I'm sick and I'm stuck at home, I sure hope that here in the future it isn't as bad, because I don't have AC. I live in my house, and I've said this before, I feel like I'm a prisoner here in my own home, and it sucks. But I appreciate all you guys do for us.
Thank you, Mr. Stenson. I'm so sorry to hear about your illness and what you're dealing with health-wise. And thank you for coming out today. Anything you missed from the hearing, Mr. Stenson? Do you know that it's always recorded and available on webcast?
Yes, I
okay.
will look at it later, but I had a bad night, and so it was I mean, I'm just glad I was here to hear. I've been on for the past couple hours, even before the break, so I appreciate you guys spending your time.
Well, thank you. Thank you for coming and giving your concerns and comments. First, I'm going to ask Ms. Roberts if she has any questions for you.
No questions from the district, but thank you, Mr. Stinson, for your testimony today.
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask Mr. Dudzinski if he has any questions for you as well.
No questions. Thank you.
Board members, any questions for Mr. Stinson? Mr. Balagopalan.
Yes, Mr. Stinson. I had my notes. You were the past president of the CAC. Have you attended any of the community meetings that Chiquita had?
I was unaware of any community meetings that the landfill has actually had. I will, depending on my health concerns, I will like to go because I've gone to meetings for over 10 years. So I was unaware until this meeting. So I'd like to go on their website. I've checked their website. The beginning of this year, even the free landfill waste days were even 2019 still, or 2020, I think, the beginning of this year. So if they updated it, I haven't been on the website to check. So I will definitely be checking and going to those meetings. And I know my time's up. Can I say one last thing? I know it's not even, I don't even know if it's related to AQMD. The litter, I wanted to say, Steve said that they always clean it. It's still messy now. It hasn't been cleaned for like 2 months. They try, but it still goes. I have videos and pictures, and it's really crazy. But I'm sorry. I know that's past my time, but I wanted to say that.
Mr. Balagopalan, questions?
No, yeah, I did have a couple. No, I think it's a Zoom meeting, so you don't have, you can do it, participate online. What they have. Have you had reasons, occasion to call in after December 16 complaints due to odor?
Have I called into AQMD?
Yes, after December 16th last year.
Many times.
Okay, was it two? I mean, do you have a rough idea how many times you call?
Oh, I did many. I it's almost normal. If I either smell it at my house or I smell it at my work when I'm working at the post office. So, but I know in this thing it said something about 14 calls. I mean, I'd almost want to say I've made 14 calls, but I don't know if that's 14 calls or 14 verified calls. But a lot of times I've made many calls and AQMD doesn't come out.
Okay. One last question. I don't want to keep you up. Are you smelling anything right now currently?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you for appearing and testifying.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions for Mr. Stinson? Senator Holden.
Mr. Stinson, have you called the landfill company to make complaints? If you did, you said that already. Maybe I missed it. Have you called the landfill people?
Yes, I have called the landfill. Just like since our last meeting that you guys had, I actually called to complain, not about the odors. I called to complain about the trash, and it was hell getting a hold of them. Nobody wanted to take my phone call. I talked to their staff. Their staff was rude. Their phone support was rude. I asked for the hotline. I asked them if they had a hotline. They said they didn't know if they had a hotline. I mean, so if people are trying to call, I was just very adamant because I used to be on the boards out here. And so I was like, look, I'm going to call and talk to somebody. And you can't be anonymous. When I called, I was like, I just want to stay anonymous. And they're like, okay, well, can we have them call you back at your phone number? And they tell you your phone number. So that was kind of like, oh, that's funny. But yes, I have called them and I have made complaints directly. So that the whole thing about they haven't received a call, that's a lie. I could show it on my cell phone documents that I have called.
Did you hear some of the other public speakers make comments regarding?
I did not. I wasn't. I was not awake at the time.
Well, some of them, for your information, made the same kind of a complaint that you're making. I guess you have to deal with that in the modified stipulated order. I do want to say, however, you should congratulate Ms. Verdugo Peralto for suggesting this Saturday meeting here from the public. And it's been beneficial for me, for sure.
I love it.
Best wishes and good luck in the future. We'll try and work it out for you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank the enormous efforts of the clerk's office and public affairs and the IT department for setting this all up, being here today and making it possible.
The outreach was fabulous.
Okay, we thank you very much, Mr. Stenson. There was no other questions for Mr. Stenson? Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Stenson, for coming today and representing your community.
Thank you.
Okay, so our last speaker that I see requesting to speak is Miss Laurel, or is Laurel Taylor? Is Laurel Taylor?
Yes, it's
Okay.
Laurel Taylor.
And can you just spell your last name for us and let us know if you took the oath today?
I did take the oath. My last name is Taylor.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. Please go ahead and give us.
Okay. So I just have a couple of things I'd like to say. One of the most frustrating things of this, and for the record, I know I don't even live there anymore. It was one of the reasons I left. But one of the most frustrating things about all of this is constantly being told there's no there there. When you're experiencing something firsthand and then people just tell you that you're not, like to quote Mr. Casulo, sorry if they believe that. I was standing in my garden when the deodorizer went in my mouth multiple times. Not only can you smell it, the mist he was referring to travels. I asked for an MSDS on that substance over a year and a half ago because it was going in my mouth in my garden. You can smell it and you can taste it in your mouth. So to tell me there's no there is really insulting. Okay. My second point is, let's assume for the sake of argument that CCL is the most amazing for-profit corporation that's ever existed in the history of mankind. They do absolutely everything they can do. They follow by the book. They are 100% transparent. Even if that's true, they are 1.5 miles from sensitive receptors. That's human beings who live their lives, who cannot afford to leave their homes, cannot afford to find another place to live, aside from the fact that the community of Val Verde was there first. So my point is, even if they did everything they were supposed to do, the landfill is too close to a community. It's just that simple. No matter what they do, the smell is going to happen, the irritation is going to happen. It just is what it is. 1.5 miles from sensitive receptors, 15 miles to the nearest air monitor, but 1.5 miles to the people. All right, that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor. Let me go first to, hold on, to Ms. Roberts, if you have any questions for Ms. Taylor.
No questions, but thank you, Ms. Taylor, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Mr. Jaczynski, any questions for Ms. Taylor?
No questions. Thank you.
Board members, Ms. Verdugo Peralta. You are muted, Ms. Verdugo Peralta.
Thank you very much, Ms. Taylor, for your testimony. And I'm sorry that you had to move out of the area. But when you did move, did you have to disclose to potential buyers that there was a situation with the landfill?
Yeah, that's all in the documentation. And I did actually sell my home to someone who also lived in the community, so it was no secret. But
Okay.
yeah, and it's certainly an equity issue out there, equity of justice and equity of your homes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Senator, did you have a question? Is that why?
Oh, yes. Ms. Taylor, you made a complaint to the landfill, also to AQMD, is that correct?
I've never called the landfill directly. It's a fox hen house situation. There's not any point. I've called AQMD more times than I can count. And I asked for the MSDS on the deodorizer at a CAC meeting and was never addressed, never got anything.
Were you aware that there's another government agency, the County of LA, Board of Public Works, is a place where you can get a hearing?
No, I was under the impression that AQMD was really my only resource.
Were you aware that the landfill operates with the pleasure, understanding, and permission of the LA County Board of Public Works?
I would have assumed so, but I don't necessarily believe that anymore. That's my opinion.
That's true. They gave the permit to operate. And without the permit, you can't operate.
They've given the permit, but the CCL has violated that permit. It's my understanding they're still not paying tipping fees.
How do you know they violated the permit? How do you know they violated the permit?
Because they're not paying tipping fees.
Well, anyway, that's all I can say. Okay. You know, you got a supervisor. I don't know the name of your supervisor, but you do have one.
Yeah, Barger voted against our appeal to close CCL before the appeal was even in. Our community scrounged together $800 to go to the Board of Supervisors and appeal their decision. You know, not that we necessarily thought we were going to win, but we found out that Barger and the board had already approved it before we gave our testimony.
Who's your supervisor?
That was Barger.
So repeat that.
Barger, Catherine Barger.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So we went downtown, took a day off work, scrounged together $800 for the appeal, went down to testify, and we found out maybe 20 minutes before we were going to testify that they had already voted against us. Wasting our money, wasting our time, just a kick in the teeth, basically.
All right, thank you.
Board members, any other questions for Ms. Taylor? Ms. Taylor, thank you again for coming and representing your community and for bringing your concerns to the board. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing me.
Okay, I think that is all the members of the public who have indicated that they wish to be heard. I'm going to give another moment since we're nearing 4 o'clock, and I want to make sure we've heard from all members of the public who wish to be heard. Okay, I don't see any other hands being raised. Okay, Mr. Jaczynski, who is the next witness that you have?
Next witness on our list is Mr. Patrick Sullivan of SCS Engineers.
And do you know about how long your direct of Mr. Sullivan would be?
Ms. Morgan will actually be providing the direct examination of Mr. Sullivan. I estimate we'll probably sneak in slightly before 4 o'clock, depending upon the extent of questions.
Oh, you mean, with questions from the board and the...
Right,
oh,
exactly, yeah.
Okay, all right. So then why don't we go ahead and do direct, we'll see where we are. and then we'll try to figure out when we might be able to continue this hearing, since it looks like we will probably not finish it. So Ms. Morgan, if you'd like to go ahead and introduce your next witness, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, of course. So good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Megan Morgan on behalf of Chiquita Canyon Landfill. So as you've just heard from Mr. Dudzinski, here today we have Mr. Patrick Sullivan. He's the Senior Vice President of SCS Engineers. Mr. Neil Bolton, the President of Blue Ridge Services Montana, is also here today, but it doesn't sound like we will have time to hear from him. So Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Bolton are two consultants that both spent a significant amount of time evaluating meteorological conditions and the operations at Chiquita Canyon Landfill under Condition 18 of the stipulated order. Mr. Sullivan specifically, you'll hear from him about his team's analysis of verified complaint data as provided by AQMD, as well as his analysis of regional and local wind patterns and meteorological conditions. Mr. Sullivan will be happy to take any questions that the board has. Mr. Bolton, just for clarification, he and his team will discuss the operational recommendations provided to improve odor mitigation efforts. So we'd ask that you save any specific questions on the operational recommendations to Mr. Bolton after he's had his chance to present. Mr. Sullivan does have a brief PowerPoint presentation that we'll walk through as well with some diagrams and figures that we hope will help educate the board and present his recommendations. And importantly, Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Bolton, both of these experts have decades of experience with landfill operations and odor issues. They led teams that spent hundreds of hours over the last several months studying Chiquita's operations and preparing this report. And we submit that their work is useful and accurate and provides good cause for the board to adopt the agreed upon modifications.
Okay, Ms. Morgan, can we introduce? Yeah, please, this is not time for argument. If you can please just introduce Mr. Sullivan, ask him his name, his title, and he can tell the board his qualifications, please.
Sure, of course. So Mr. Sullivan, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. My name is Patrick Sullivan. First name Patrick, last name Sullivan.
And Mr. Sullivan, did you take the oath this morning?
Yes, I did.
So before we jump into the substance of your report, could you please explain for the hearing board your area of expertise and the work that you and your company do?
Sure. So first, my company, SCS Engineers, our specialty is landfills and solid waste facilities, and a variety of consulting, engineering, and related services for those types of facilities. Within SCS, besides being a senior vice president, I am our national expert on air quality. My expertise is related to air quality, air toxics, greenhouse gas, and odors related to landfills and other types of solid waste facilities. I have over 30 years of experience in the business. I am a certified permitting professional in the South Coast AQMD. I probably worked on over 20 of the different landfills throughout the South Coast Air Basin. And so again, I have a lot of significant experience in dealing with these types of issues at landfills.
Thank you. And you prepared a slide deck to your discussion of the report, is that right?
Correct. I have a slide deck.
Okay, Mr. Dudzinski, could you please pull that up? So as he's pulling this up, Mr. Sullivan, under the condition 18, the consultants were asked to undertake 11 tasks, and you and your team at FCS looked at 3 of those tasks. Is that right?
That's correct. We focused on the complaint review, so that would be the review and analysis of the verified complaint information, as well as the meteorological data at the landfill and in the surrounding area.
So let's start with your analysis of verified complaint trends throughout the course of the past 5 years. Can you explain what you concluded through this analysis, please?
Sure. So just a little bit of a background on how we do this. And I will apologize, this is not exactly in the same order as the report. The report's in order as stipulated in the stipulated order. So, but in this case, I wanted to go through the slides in the way we actually do the analysis. So the first thing we do look at is the verified complaint data. So what we're trying to see are trends and correlation in the data that might lead us towards a conclusion, help us identify a potential source, help us figure out what maybe the best mitigation might be, and that's the kind of review that we're looking at. So the first thing that jumped out at us, and kind of the first thing we trended, was the number of complaints by year. And clearly what jumps out at you in evaluating these 358 verified odor complaints over the 5-year window was that 78% of them occurred in 2020, with a significant increase over the previous year. So of course, that's something we identified right out of the gate and said, okay, we need to look into this further. Why is that happening? What happened in 2020 that is significant? And so this is a figure that's been on the screen before, and it shows the different areas of the landfill. And obviously the thing that certainly jumps out at everyone is that the filling in cell 6 started in 2020. And after that time, of those 358 complaints, 275 of those verified complaints occurred after the filling started in cell 6. Prior to that, the landfill was filling from 2016 through earlier in 2020 in what they call the mound area. The mound area is the grayed out area that does not have the pink outline around it. And as you can just see spatially, the mound is actually closer as the crow flies to the Valverde community. However, we did not see anywhere near the number of complaints during that much longer period of operation compared to April through December of 2020, when we saw a significant increase in complaints. Yeah, again, another area that tells us something needs to be, further investigated. So one thing we always want to see is, when are these complaints occurring? Is there any trend there that may tell us something? And so we trended the verified complaint data against when the complaints occurred by month. As you can see from that trending analysis in the graph that's shown here, that 90% of those verified odor complaints occurred in the months of May through October, with a significant number of those in July, August, and September. And we've heard testimony previously that the summer months are really, in the past, have been where we've seen the most complaints, and that certainly was the case in 2020. So now that definitely tells us that we're looking at a certain period of time, potentially a certain type of weather that occurs during those months where we saw the largest number of verified complaints. One of the areas we wanted to look at is when did the verified complaints occur by time of day? So we graphed the time of day when those verified complaints were logged, and did that for all of the verified complaints that we had. And so that over that 5-year period, 98% of them occurred in the period from 7 a.m. to noon. So that's a very significant correlation when you see 98% of something. So clearly this is an area of focus. Something is going on in the morning that's very different than the afternoon, and something that we need to look. Because of that, as you'll see in our subsequent slide, that was the focus of our meteorological data review. When you have 98% of these.
Sorry, excuse me for 1 minute. I did not obviously see because I'm watching the screen, but Senator.
This report, is it included in Exhibit B, or is this a new report?
This is Exhibit B. This well, not this presentation deck, but these are the findings that are in Exhibit B.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All of the graphics come from the Exhibit B within the report.
Mr. Sullivan, while you're talking about the complaints, your analysis, could you just speak briefly to the importance of receiving complaint data in real time?
There's a couple reasons. From the analysis standpoint, the sooner that we have the complaint data in real time, try to trend those complaints versus time versus what's happening at that time, whether it's the meteorological conditions, whether it's operational activities on the landfill, the more exact that we have the time of the odor or the time when, the better that analysis is going to be. Also, it's related to the ability of the landfill to respond. If they know about a complaint in real time when it's happening, not only can they get out there to see if they're seeing and smelling the same things, they can see what are we doing right at this moment, and they may be able to make operational changes in real time that will reduce that odor sooner. So that's definitely one of those areas that, frankly, we ask all agencies, not just the South Coast AQMD, when we get complaint type information, the sooner landfill can get their hands on it, the better.
Thank you. So next, could you please describe what you did to characterize the on-site wind patterns and related meteorological conditions?
Right, so there's two permanent meteorological stations on site, and I'll show you those in a second, but this was simply one of the trending analysis where we looked at the number of complaints versus the speed of the wind during the time of those complaints. And what we saw, and what has again been alluded to earlier, is that a huge percentage of the complaints were occurring during the low to moderate wind speeds. And you can see that in both of these stations, where we see 95% of the verified odor complaints occurring during these low to moderate wind speeds. So what's low to moderate? 1 to 5 miles per hour. It would be typically what we consider low to moderate. These speeds here are in meters per second, but I think we've been using miles per hour, I think, in previous discussions, so we'll stick to that. So we're talking about 1 to 5 miles per hour as that low to moderate zone for when we're seeing 95% of the verified odor complaints.
So you mentioned the map. Could you please explain the various MET stations on this map?
Right, so part of our analysis was to evaluate the on-site meteorological data, and we've got two permanent stations. One, as I termed earlier, the Chiquita West Station, and the other one is the Chiquita Flare Station, and those stations have the larger blue triangles around the yellow triangles. The other stations were temporary stations that the facility used during the late summer, early fall of 2020, when they were getting the large number of complaints because they wanted to look at wind conditions in different portions of the landfill. And while we did analyze the data from those stations, and it is included in the report, it's for such a short time period, it really doesn't give us that kind of long-term trends that we want to use in an analysis like this. So we focused mostly on the Chiquita West and Chiquita Flare stations. So the West Station is in a good location to be representative of cells 6 and 8 along that southwestern perimeter of the site. The Flare Station is representative of, I believe, of conditions that exist in the southeastern portion of the site. But because it is located on the southerly portion of the landfill, we still do have an area where we just don't have data in that kind of northern, particularly northeastern portion of the landfill. But it is important to note where these two stations are. And there's actually a topographic feature on the landfill that separates these portions. And so you'll note that when I get into this analysis that we see slightly different winds at those two on-site stations.
So you conducted seasonal wind pattern analysis at both locations, is that right?
That's correct. So what we're seeing here are what we call windroses. And I'll explain a little bit what that means so you kind of understand what we're looking at. So in this kind of pie shape, and you have these thin pie slices, the length of that slice represents the predominance of that particular wind. how frequent it is on a percent basis compared to the other zones. And these wind directions are the direction from. So when you see that on the left-hand graph, where you see that longer piece of pie coming from the southeast direction, those are southeasterly winds. So they originate in the southeast, and then they, of course, would move towards the northwest. The colors on those are the wind speeds. The oranges and reds are those lower wind speeds, and then the greens and the blue are the higher wind speeds, and the yellow being in between. So that gives you both kind of sets of information on the same graph. And so these graphs are of the west station between that focus time of 7 a.m. to noon. And what we see in the summer graph on the left-hand side is those consistent southerly winds all summer with a predominance of the southeast winds. So here in that western portion of the site near cells 6 and 8, we're seeing low to moderate winds coming from the south during that morning time in the summer. And if you go back to 2020, that's that period when we had that largest number of verified complaints. In the winter, we have a very different set of wind conditions. And I think we've heard other witnesses testify that things aren't as bad in the winter in terms of potential odors. And this is probably the reason. The predominant winds in the winter are coming from the northeast. So they would be blowing away from Val Verde. And they're slightly higher wind speeds and what we see with higher wind speeds is we get more mixing, more dispersion, and sometimes that can reduce odors. That doesn't mean there aren't winds from other directions during the winter, and you can see some very small slices that show that winds can come from other directions, but the predominant direction is are those northeasterly winds in the winter. I didn't put the spring and fall graphs up here, just didn't want to have to spend time going through every wind rows we created. They're in the report, there's many of them, but the spring and fall are a mixture of both of these. And what we essentially see is these summer-like conditions exist during the late spring, all through the summer and into the early fall. Then they start to shift, and then you start to see the more winter conditions. And so this is the same exact set of data, the summer on the left, winter on the right, and showing very similar conditions. I think the one uniqueness, and this is what I briefly noted earlier, which is on the flare station. So now we're more on the southeastern portion of the landfill. Predominant winds are actually from the southwest. So they're blowing southwest to northeast. So that's slightly different. What we think is happening is as the regional winds come to the landfill because of that topographic feature, a hill in the southern portion of the landfill, those winds are splitting, and the winds that are on the western portion of the site where cells 6 and 8 are, they are showing as southeasterly winds, therefore blowing to the northwest. Whereas on the other side of the site, we are seeing those show up as southwesterly winds, so they'll be blowing to the northeast.
Could you just remind that?
Go ahead.
Okay.
I was just going to say the spring and fall are a mixture again, exactly a mixture of these two, just like at the other station.
Thank you. And could you just remind us which of these two MET stations you think is most indicative of the cell 6 and 8 wind patterns?
Clearly, it's the west station. It's really located very close to cell 6 and 8, and so we feel pretty comfortable that that's representative of the wind conditions in that portion of the site. So that's the one from a cell 6 and 8 standpoint, we would be focusing on. Right.
In addition to the on-site data, you also studied prevailing wind patterns and meteorological conditions in the surrounding community.
We did, and that was also required under the stipulated order. And so we identified and compiled data from available regional and area MET stations, and the stations that we looked at are shown here. The South Coast AQMD station in Santa Clarita, very good station, full 5 years of data, very good quality of data. But it's more representative of the, I would call what are the regionalized winds in this portion of LA County. Obviously, it's located in the canyon that makes up, you know, I-5 running through this area. In Valverde, there were 2 stations. There was a weather underground station. Unfortunately, that station was only there for a port period in 2017. And unfortunately, during that period, there weren't really too many verified complaints, so we didn't find that data as useful. But the Southern California Edison Amherst station, that has been there for a short time too, but its time has been the 2020. So it was there during the period when we had the large number of verified complaints. Del Val station is at the fire station there, the fire station training area. And while it did have good data for 5 years, it is showing completely different wind patterns than we see anywhere else. In fact, exclusively the winds at that station show is coming from the north to the south, and that frankly does not make sense with any of the other stations. So it must be in a unique valley or hill area there that it's showing some different conditions. So we didn't further consider that. We don't find that useful to what's going on elsewhere. But it does bring up a point. Every one of these stations, including the on-site ones, are in their own valley of some type, in their own area with hills nearby. And that's the nature of this area in this region of LA County. And so that always creates some uniqueness to the wind patterns in those zones. So what you will find is these stations don't all correlate. If you look at the exact time of day and the exact day of the year, they're not necessarily all showing the same wind conditions. And that's just indicative of these types of areas with a lot of topography. So this is that same 7 to noon time at the Santa Clarita station. And again, in the summer, you see those predominant southerly winds with the main component from the southeast. The winter winds are a bit more of a mix. We see both southerly and northerly winds throughout that period. So this is slightly different than the on-site stations, but again, it could be the unique location of the Santa Clarita station. And just like the others, the spring and fall are kind of a mixture of these two. And then the Southern Cal Edison Amherst station, you see very strong southeasterly winds during the summer, almost exclusively from the southeast during the summer. And again, just like the Santa Clarita station, the winter winds show a mixture. So I think what this points out to us is that you can see the southerly winds in other times of year, even though they're very, very predominant and almost, in some cases, almost the exclusive wind in these morning hours during the summertime. They can occur in other times of the year.
Your analysis also summarized possible pathways for on-site airflows. Could you describe this in some more detail, please?
Sure. So this graph is in the report and explained there, and this was a collaboration between ourselves and Blue Ridge Services. Blue Ridge did a wind flow modeling, so plugging in the meteorological data to a wind model and seeing what were the patterns of wind that could move air across this site and potentially exit the site. And then and I've reviewed that, and I also had that reviewed by our meteorologist, a gentleman by the name of Tom Rappold, which some of the board members might be familiar with. Tom is a longtime member of the hearing board at the San Diego APCD. And I had Tom also visit the site and look at the topography here and give his kind of opinion to me relative to these wind patterns. And what we've concluded, and you'll certainly can talk to question Blue Ridge Services on that though the wind flow model suggested that wind flow could move to the north and potentially leave the site, we believe the current northern ridge line is a very substantial barrier and really without areas, low areas or holes in that barrier where wind could escape. So at this point, we're pretty comfortable that represents a very good barrier to any wind moving off site. Unfortunately, that's not the case in that southwestern corner. There's two saddle areas that are identified, and you can kind of see them on the graph if you look closely. Basically, when I say saddle, it's a low point in that ridge line. And there's two different ones right where those arrows are shown. And what we believe can be happening here is that that could be an exit point for odors leaving the landfill. And if there is a potential, manner at which, cell 6 in particular could have become a more significant, contributor to odors, it's because of that, because this is right in the area where that filling is occur. So what happens in a saddle area? Well, it's simply a low point in the ridgeline as those southerly winds or particularly southeasterly winds that are predominant in this portion of the site come in, they have an easy exit point. And then once they exit the landfill, and we call them drainage areas, that means it can drain from this higher elevation at this ridgeline down into the canyon. And as everybody knows, the Chiquita Canyon Road, which is down below there, is in its own canyon. And we believe those same southerly winds can push air up that canyon. And of course, what's at the straight ahead of that canyon, but the community of Val Verde. So this is certainly something where as you put all those pieces together of why did complaints increase when we move into cell 6, even though cell 6 is even farther away from some of those communities, this certainly is what we've identified as that potential connection point that may be leading to that.
So ultimately, you recommended further analysis on these possible pathways. Could you explain that? Is there some uncertainty in this conclusion?
Right. I mean, this is a model and there's some coupled with our visual observations, but we would like to do some additional analysis of the wind flow. And I think I have a subsequent slide on that where we'll describe what I would be talking about for that. But yeah, that was one of our recommendations. A further study here to confirm these are what we think they may be, which is a point of where air movement can move potential odors outside the landfill.
So if you could walk us through your recommendations. First, you had some recommendations about continuing to obtain on-site met data.
Right. So as I said earlier, and I brought back up the two of the maps we saw earlier showing the locations of the met stations on site versus the locations of the cells. And even though the Chiquita Flare Station is on is in the eastern portion of the site, it's too far south to be considered representative of those future cells, starting with cell 7 and moving on, that will be developed in the future in that northeastern portion of the landfill. So what we've recommended is there really needs to be a met station located there, permanent station, and that station should be installed and monitored, and then that data tracked and trended. The good thing is there's time before they're going to move and fill in that area with those cells. So I think that data can be used to help inform future decisions, because at this point it's just really difficult to say that Chiquita Flare Station can be representative of that northeastern portion of the landfill.
So you also recommended continuing to review the on-site met data from the stations that currently exist.
Correct. So number one, I think that's critical just to determine when those unfavorable conditions are going to exist. And we'll talk about that in a little bit more detail. But I also, on a longer term basis in the ongoing operations, we want to look at the changing in meteorological conditions over time. And landfill already has 2 permanent stations. They're going to continue to collect that data and maintain it. And we're talking about an additional station in the Northeast, but evaluating whether the meteorological data is showing any changes. I mentioned earlier that canyons create their own unique kind of wind conditions. This landfill's a canyon, but they're also filling up the canyon. And as that surface elevation increases with the placement of waste, you can see some wind changes, and we want to be able to identify those as they may be happening and see if that would change any of the operational plans that they would have.
So based on your analysis of the complaint data and the on-site wind patterns, you had some recommendations related to operations. Could you describe these for us?
Right. No, I didn't get into the specifics of those operational recommendations. Obviously, you'll hear that from Blue Ridge Services, where they're the experts. But clearly from our analysis, when you look at 95% of the verified complaints occurring in those low to moderate wind speed conditions and the predominance of those southerly winds, and there's nothing earth-shattering about southerly winds being problematic. Valverde is located to the north, so you really need those winds to be pushing and moving air towards Valverde. So, the combination of those two conditions are when we believe we absolutely have to be implementing those operational recommendations to minimize the generation of odors and the control of the odors on site. So I think that's very clear that those represent the unfavorable meteorological conditions that we're concerned about. And then through the additional analysis we did, we wanted to point out to in our report, both certainly to the board and the South Coast AQMD, but also to the Chiquita Canyon landfill, that there are times of year when those conditions are more likely to occur, and you need to be very cognizant of that. And I believe everyone is, but not to restate the obvious, but when you see such a large percentage of the complaints occurring in that May to October timeframe, and an even larger percent occurring in those morning hours, those are kind of those areas you need to focus on. That said, and you saw it from the wind roses, you see it in the fact that these aren't 100%. Those conditions can exist other times of the year, and so that's why they've got to be vigilant in identifying when those conditions are likely to occur, and then be prepared to implement the necessary operational changes to minimize odor.
So you had some recommendations also about what Chiquita could do to track wind conditions.
Correct. It sounded like from the testimony of Steve Casulo, they're already doing some of this, but I did, certainly it is a formal recommendation by us. It's a two-part thing. It's the forecasting, because it's obviously you can't turn a landfill on a dime. You need to be ahead of things. So it's forecasting when those unfavorable conditions will likely occur so that you're prepared to make those operational changes. But then reviewing that data throughout the day to confirm that indeed the conditions do exist, and confirming that when they finally maybe have subsided, because it's not the same every day. Sometimes those unfavorable winds end at 11 a.m. Sometimes they end at 1 p.m. And so you do need to be able to track that. And finally, over time, as they develop this database, they'll learn more and more about how to forecast and get very good at it. And then what kind of things, there's usually some changes that you'll see in wind data that will tell you that the winds are going to change, either change for the good or change for the bad. And so you'll learn that and they'll get better at it. And again, this forecast has to really go out to all the operational personnel that would be involved with managing of waste and implementing any of these odor controls. So there's nothing lost in communication between, the staff that are reviewing and forecasting meteorological data and the operational people on the ground that actually have to physically do whatever those measures are.
We've also spoken a little bit today about potential ridgeline or vegetative barriers, and you had a couple of recommendations related to this. Could you please describe this in more detail?
Sure. And we alluded to it before. We saw those saddles in the southeast portion of the landfill. We do believe they certainly present a potential pathway for odors to leave the landfill. What do we need to do to kind of prove that and confirm that's really what is happening? And that's what we talked about in the additional study, is to study those saddle areas and the drainage flow that would occur from them, and confirm that they really are that preferential pathway that we think they are. And not only that's true, but exactly how are they moving? How does the potential air move through that area? Because this is a two-part kind of study, because if you do confirm those conditions and you kind of confirm the nature of that air movement, and I'll get into it in a minute what that might mean, that will inform your design of any sort of mitigation you might be able to place there. The one positive of having these focus areas is that they may be something that can more easily be controlled. And this is where we would consider a vegetative barrier if one were appropriate and could be placed in that area, or some other type of barrier or flow disruptor that's been described, which is basically we want to intersect that air plume that's moving, and we want to disrupt that plume. And it's a couple things. There's the shielding effect, but there's also the disruption causes turbulence. Turbulence causes mixing, and that's how we can reduce the impacts of any odors that escape the odor control measures on the landfill. So an example of what I'm envisioning here, and we've used this at other landfills in the South Coast AQMD to do exactly this, which is smoke bomb releases from different areas within the operational zones. Right now that, we're talking about cell 6 in the area, well, the future cell 8. And then seeing where that smoke goes. And what we do is we film it both with still camera films from a ridgeline, so we can kind of see it moving towards a ridgeline, and we'll also film it from above and watch the whole plume move with the camera mounted on a drone. And that way we can really see not only that the air moving that way, but how it moves, because that's important too. For example, does it lay low at the ground level and go over this saddle and then drain into the canyon below? Or does it actually elevate and go up higher above that? Because that will help figure out how we can subsequently design the proper barrier that will intersect that preferential pathway. So I think the study is not only to confirm that pathway or pathways, because there's 2 saddle zones, but to help us then design a mitigation we think will work in that area. So I think that will be very useful at another landfill where we did this fairly recently. This information was invaluable in terms of telling us how air actually moved and then how it was getting out of the site. In the smoke study was extremely telling. So I think it'll be extremely useful here. And it's a relatively simple analysis to do once the favorable wind conditions come, because remember the unfavorable conditions, favorable for this test, unfavorable for odors. We do need to make sure we have those conditions that we're concerned about when we do this test, so that we don't miss those conditions where we think it's the most likely to have these impacts.
So is it fair to say that you need to do this study in order to most effectively site and design a possible barrier or airflow disruptor?
Yes, yeah, I think we'd be remiss if we tried to just design it without having this kind of information to see where would you place it, what elevation would you place it, how to make sure that's going to intersect that airflow pattern, and depending on where that key location is for intersection, that will tell you whether a vegetative area like trees could be useful or could even be grown at that location, or whether you need to use another type of airflow disruptor type thing. So it'll help us not only design it, but choose which is the best solution.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Sullivan.
Thank you.
Okay, it's getting very close to the 4 o'clock hour. So first thing I'd like to do is and I apologize for background noise. If it's my dog, I'm not torturing anyone. If there is, it's just the time of day, I apologize. I want to look at our schedule and figure out what is the best day for all the parties to continue this hearing, because we obviously will not be finishing it today. Taking a quick look at our hearing board schedule, next week we're trying to fill in our gaps with a different hearing that we're trying to finish. And so that's already set for next week. So I think the next available days would be in the week of March 23rd. Now, we do have hearings those days. However, it could be, for example, on March 23rd, we have a continuing matter of Ralph's, and I know Ms. Roberts is on that. I don't know that that will be a long hearing. Really hoping it will not be, but
unfortunately, Madam Chair, I can't tell you that right now with respect to that matter. I unfortunately don't know, but wouldn't necessarily want to commit to that. That matter has the potential to be long, depending on certain information as it comes in.
Right. Then the next day is March 25th, which we have a regular variance. So we may be able to have a few hours on that day. Sorry.
March 24th.
I'm sorry?
March 24th.
So can you tell me what's on that day? Because I looked at that day and I thought that was
Mission Foods. Do we have Mission Foods that day?
Yeah, we have Mission Foods, so that won't be a long one. I don't know. Since it's a status hearing, I don't know. Very sorry to the public. And then the next week, the 30th and the 31st, we have nothing on those 2 days.
No, I think we do have.
Oh.
No, never mind. I thought the Darling was, but it's moved, I think, to April.
I was just looking at the latest that the clerk sent yesterday.
Okay. Sorry. Yeah.
So those are the. I mean, we could continue it to the 23rd, with the idea that as we get closer to that date, if there's more information on the Ralph's update, and if it looks like it's going to need a long day, then we would then continue it either to the 30th or the 31st. Is that acceptable to the parties in terms of your schedules?
The 23rd is acceptable for the district with that caveat. I would say that if you're continuing to the 25th, I do have a public workshop that I must attend for the district on that day in the morning from 10 to noon. So I would request that it be either scheduled to start in the afternoon, potentially, if we continued on the 25th.
And I think that would be the case because we do have a regular variance that day, and I would highly doubt we would be done before 12. So, but we're looking for is the 23rd. But in advance of the 23rd, we would be able to say on the 23rd, we're continuing this because we need all day for Ralph's Grocery, which is already on that day. If not, we could go to the 25th with the idea that we would probably start at 1. Let me ask Mr. Jajinsky, Ms. Morgan, you have one additional witness, Mr. Bolton. How long do you anticipate for the direct on that?
For Mr. Bolton's direct, I think we're anticipating about the same amount of time, perhaps another 15 minutes. He looked at several more tasks than Mr. Sullivan, so there's a lot of information.
So I'm assuming when we come back, we'd have to have cross from Ms. Roberts for, sorry, I'm losing the name of our.
Sullivan.
Sullivan, thank you. And then obviously we would have to for Mr. Bolton as well, and hearing board questions, and then deliberation. It would be a stretch to say we could do that in an afternoon. So I would have to say that March 23rd, and if that doesn't happen, I would think it would have to be the 30th and 31st. which at this point we would keep.
What was the reason we weren't looking at the 24th?
We have a matter that is a Mission Foods. It is a status, and I have no idea how long that will be. I wouldn't want to chop this up into more days. I'd rather find a time where we would have a significant amount of time to complete it. So with that, does that make sense to the parties to go to the 23rd? If we know in advance, we'll be able to tell the parties in advance that we'll be continuing it to the 30th or 31st from there. We'll leave the 30th and 31st open to make sure that we can complete it. But if Ralph's Grocery comes back to us and there's no changes that need to be made, that would be a very short hearing, and we would be able to complete this on the 23rd. Okay.
And we can celebrate my birthday.
Was yours the 23rd? Okay.
Yes.
We will anyway, because we'll be here. Happy birthday in advance.
Thanks.
Madam Chair, if we could just confirm with our witnesses to make sure that they're available on those days.
Please take a moment to do that. Senator, are you speaking to us? Because you're muted.
Madam Chair, I think I'm going to bid you adieu, unless you still need me to remain.
Well, we need to know when we're continuing this hearing. We're waiting to hear from Ms. Morgan and Mr. Dudzinski with regard to the 23rd, and if not, the 30th and 31st.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be there no matter what. So. Oh, that looks like some very interesting reading. The handbook of landfill operations you got there. That must.
You know, the author is the speaker. I mean, the Mr. Bolton.
Mr. Bolton.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah. Near Bolton. That's why I put it up there.
Ms. Morgan is back. Ms. Morgan. Oh, one moment. Ms. Morgan, go ahead.
Yes, that schedule will work for us. The 23rd with a backup of the 30th or 31st.
Okay, so for members of the public who are watching today and who have come to be heard today as well, we're going to preliminarily continue this hearing to March 23rd at 9:00 a.m. And that would be, I think that's a Tuesday. And we will be able to know in advance of that whether the other matter that we have on calendar for that day will be a short matter or a long matter. If it's going to be a long matter, we will come on the 23rd and we will continue the hearing to, let's just pick a date. We'll pick March 30th since those all work. So please just stay tuned. Right now, we are continuing the hearing to March 23rd, unless we will not have time to hear it on that day, in which case on March 23rd, we will continue it to the 30th of March. And before we adjourn for today, first of all, I just want to thank again every member of the public that came out on a Saturday to be heard and to express your concerns to this board. And again, we have not yet deliberated, but everything that you have said, as always, as last time, will be incorporated in our decision making, and we thank you. I also want to thank the parties for making themselves available today as well, including all the witnesses. And I apologize to those who we did not get to yet, but we will next time. And also, once again, I really want to thank the clerk's office, public affairs, IT, and everyone who did extraordinary measures to get out notice, again, to 5 different zip codes, and to make sure that this hearing went smoothly. And we really appreciate your efforts, and especially being here today on a Saturday. And with that, if there's no other business, board members.
Just to echo, I just wanted to make clear for members of the public that are interested in hearing the continued matter, it will be the same Zoom link that goes out, just so it's clarified, and that is available on South Coast AQMD's website.
Thank you so much. It is the same Zoom, and it will be the same Zoom on the 23rd. And if we end up continuing it, it will be the same Zoom on the 30th. Okay, I hope that was clear that we are continuing this matter to the 23rd, and we will let everyone know at that point whether we will hear it that day or whether we will continue it further to the 30th. If there's no other business, we will adjourn. Okay, thank you all.
Good weekend, everybody. Bye.
Have a good weekend.
All too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Recording stop.
Great. I'll get YouTube.
I guess like I say, I heard it's gonna be March 23rd, right?
Yeah. Stand by. Let me stop YouTube real quick. We can talk.
Yeah. Go ahead and do that.
YouTube is stopped.